Chapter 3299. However, standing in her position, it was normal to have such concerns. Yang Kai had no reason to blame others, but he was somewhat unhappy. A head popped out from the door and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Miss Lan." Lan he appeared bashfully with an awkward expression. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai asked curiously, "What's wrong, Miss Lan? Where are you feeling unwell?" Lan he looked down at her toes. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." Yang Kai didn't know if Heavenly Wolf Valley had the token of Spirit Beast Island, but she knew. She also knew that the news wasn't fabricated. It was only because her master and mistress were worried that being on good terms with Yang Kai would bring trouble to Heavenly Wolf Valley, so they said that, if she could be the master, she wouldn't be stingy with this effort. However, although she was an elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, she couldn't promise Yang Kai anything at this time, let alone do anything that would betray Heavenly Wolf Valley. On one hand, he was her benefactor, and on the other hand, he was her master. Lan He's heart was very tangled. The more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt when facing Yang Kai. She almost didn't dare to look at him. Yang Kai walked in front of her and smiled. "Miss Lan is too serious. I'm already very grateful that you told me about the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. As for the token of Spirit Beast Island, since it was fabricated, you don't have to care about it." Lan He was silent for a while, then she suddenly raised her head and said with a firm expression, "Brother Yang, wait a few more days. I'll think of a way for you." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai knew that she probably wanted to plead with Tang Sheng and ask for the token of the Spirit Beast Island. However, if she really did that, it might cause a rift between the master and disciple. He smiled and said, "No need. I don't have to go to the Spirit Beast Island. To me, I can go to the Spirit Beast Island if I can, but it doesn't matter if I can't. Instead, I have troubled you and said something that I shouldn't have." It was clearly the Skywolf Valley's fault. It was her master who had his misgivings. When he first heard that Yang Kai was coming, he was very happy to meet him. He even said that he would personally accompany him to search for Spirit Beast Island. Later on, when he heard that the two top factions were finding trouble with Yang Kai, his attitude immediately changed. But now, she was the one who was being comforted. "Where is Big Sister Ling? Can you take me to see her?" Yang Kai changed the topic. "Of course. Brother Yang, follow me." As expected, Lan He's attention was diverted as she responded readily. As Lan He went deeper into the Skywolf Valley, she remained silent and only replied when Yang Kai asked her a few questions. She was no longer as lively and cheerful as before. It was obvious that she was still feeling guilty. In another hall, Tang Sheng and Qian Shtoying hurriedly walked in. There were already two people waiting in the hall. One of them was an elderly man with a gloomy aura, as though he had just walked out from the gates of hell. The other was a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He wore a simple black robe and stood there with his hands behind his back. He was like a sharp sword that was suppressing the hall, causing the atmosphere in the hall to be extremely stifling. Seeing these two people, Tang Sheng and Qin Xiaoying were both shocked. They stepped forward and cupped their fists. "Sect Master Fu, Holy Master Su has graced this Tang with his presence. Please forgive this Tang for not coming out to greet you." These two had arrived so quickly. Yang Kai had just arrived in Skywolf Valley, and these two had already arrived. Tang Sheng secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight not to hastily agree to Yang Kai's request. Otherwise, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be able to extricate themselves from this matter. These two were the leaders of the two top forces in the Eastern Territory. Both of them had powerful cultivations at the third-layer Emperor realm. The fact that the two of them had come together showed the attitude of Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. It was likely that these two forces had already dispatched all their masters. Tang Sheng sighed in his heart. Yang Kai's chances of survival were slim. So what if he had the Space Divine technique? With so many masters taking action, once the void was disturbed, even with the Space Divine technique, he would not be able to escape easily. He could only hope that Xiao He would not blame him in the future. The ghostly Fu Bo lowered his eyes and remained motionless like an old monk. Even though this was Heavenly Wolf Valley and he was just a guest, he could still not give face to Tang Sheng. Su Changfeng, on the other hand, grunted in response. However, He still had his back to Tang Sheng and Qin Shuoying as he asked indifferently, Tang Sheng, how long has your heavenly wolf valley been around? This question was asked without rhyme or reason, but Tang Sheng could hear a strange aura in it. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. After pondering for a moment, he replied, about 20 to 30,000 years. Su Changfeng lightly nodded, turned around, and said indifferently, 20 to 30,000 years, your inheritance can be considered to be ancient. Your Skywolf Valley had once been glorious, and was once one of the top powers in the eastern region. But it had also once fallen, and was even almost destroyed. But since it was able to last for 20 to 30,000 years without falling, I presume it has its own unique points. Tang Sheng squeezed out a smile and said, beasts have the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. My heavenly wolf valley is in cahoots with battle wolves, so naturally, it is the same. Su Changfeng stared at him meaningfully for a while before nodding. Very good. You should know why Sect Master Fu and I are here this time. Tang Sheng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he replied, Holy Master Su, rest assured. My heavenly wolf valley will not do something that will bring destruction upon itself. It's just that my disciple was immature and unintentionally brought him back. My heavenly wolf valley has no intention of sheltering him, and he will leave soon. Fu Bo suddenly snorted coldly. You can try sheltering him. Hearing this, Qin Shuoying couldn't help glaring angrily at Fu Bo, feeling somewhat unconvinced. You are indeed a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master and the leader of a top force in the Eastern Territory, but this is Heavenly Wolf Valley. How can a guest like you be so arrogant to the host? Heavenly Wolf Valley was protected by Spirit Beast Island's token, so she did not believe that Netherworld Sect would dare to make a move against Heavenly Wolf Valley. As long as the token was still there, as long as Spirit Beast Island's prestige remained, Heavenly Wolf Valley would not be destroyed. As if feeling her gaze, Fu Bo suddenly raised his eyes, his sharp eyes meeting Qin Shuoying's gaze as he sneered mischievously. The next moment, Qin Shuoying's beautiful face turned pale. She could only hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves ringing in her ears. Her soul trembled and her entire body turned cold. Tang Sheng's figure flashed, blocking in front of Qin Shuoying, and he asked in a deep voice, Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of this? My heavenly wolf valley has no intention of interfering in other people's grievances and disputes, so please conduct yourself with dignity, Sect Master Fu. Fu Bo coldly replied, this king just saw that Madame Tang was somewhat unconvinced and wanted her to recognize reality. What? Are you also unconvinced? Tang Sheng was bitter, but he did not dare to say anything more. Su Changfeng continued, Tang Sheng, does your noble sect's sect-protecting array have the effect of isolating heaven and earth? Tang Sheng subconsciously replied, every sect's sect-protecting array has this function. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have realized something and asked in horror, what does Holy Master Su mean by this? Su Changfeng looked at him indifferently. What do you think? Fu Bo laughed strangely and stood up. Holy Master Su means to ask you to activate the sect-protecting array and isolate heaven and earth, so as to prevent him from escaping. You also know that this brat has some ability. Tang Sheng's expression changed greatly. Could it be that the two of you want to fight in my heavenly wolf valley? Su Changfeng looked at him and said, this is a ready-made burial ground. What's wrong with that? No. Tang Sheng flatly refused. Fu Bo narrowed his eyes and said, Tang Sheng, think before you speak. The brain is a good thing. If you don't use it, wouldn't it be useless? These two people kept calling Tang Sheng by his name, completely disregarding Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng and his wife were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. At this moment, they were even mocking him with such cold words, making Tang Sheng somewhat unable to restrain himself. Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention that he was the sect master. He had already expressed his attitude before that he would not protect Yang Kai, but he did not expect that these two people would be so overbearing and delusional to want to fight in his heavenly wolf valley. Taking a deep breath, Tang Sheng said solemnly, this absolutely cannot be done. To tell you the truth, that person saved my disciple's life. This time, my disciple brought him back with a request, but this Tang has already refused, making my disciple feel uneasy. If I activate the sect protecting array to isolate heaven and earth and let him die in my heavenly wolf valley, my disciple will definitely be plagued by inner demons in the future. How will he have room to improve? If the two of you really want to deal with him, you can choose anywhere in the world except my heavenly wolf valley. My heavenly wolf valley will not protect him, but we will also not interfere in your grievances. You really can't? Su Changfeng stared at Tang Sheng with a sharp gaze. Tang Sheng's face twitched as he sensed the threat. He knew that if he were to refuse this time, the Sky Wolf Valley would have endless trouble in the East region in the future. Just as he had said to Lan He previously, with the protection of the Spirit Beast Island, no one would dare to make a move on the Sky Wolf Valley openly. However, it was inevitable that they would try to trip them up in the dark. Heavenly Wolf Valley was a large sect, and its expenses were not small. The sect also had many foundations outside, so these foundations would definitely be targeted. Looking at Qin Xiuying, he saw her slowly shaking her head and moving her mouth. It was silent, but Tang Sheng knew that she was talking about Lan He. He immediately made a decision and said firmly, I ask Holy Master Su not to make things difficult for this Tang again. Lan He was able to return alive from the Shattered Star Sea and break through to the Emperor realm so early, so they naturally had high hopes for her. In the future, she might even have a chance to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. In other words, the future of Heavenly Wolf Valley depended on Lan He alone. If Lan He's martial Dao heart was damaged because of this incident, it would be Heavenly Wolf Valley's greatest loss. As for whether their foundations outside would be suppressed or not, that was something that would need to be considered in the future. Not to mention, Yang Kai was also related to another elder of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinqin. If Yang Kai died in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinqin would definitely have a problem with Heavenly Wolf Valley. This was equivalent to Heavenly Wolf Valley losing the recognition of the Emperor realm. How could Tang Sheng allow such a thing to happen? Hearing this answer, Fu Bo smiled coldly again. Su Changfeng stared at Tang Sheng indifferently for a while and seemed to have seen through his decisiveness. He nodded slightly and said, Fine. Hearing this, Tang Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Su Changfeng really insisted on doing this, he really didn't know if he could refuse. The current situation was the best outcome. Although he couldn't protect Yang Kai, he also didn't agree to open the sect protecting array to cut off Yang Kai's path of survival. This could be considered as an explanation to him and Lan He. Chapter 3300. In the back valley of Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was a quiet and secluded place where Ling Yinqin lived. Her days were very simple. According to Lan He, after she came out of the Shattered Star Sea, she began to inquire about Ling Yinqin. It just so happened that Ling Yinqin had come all the way to the Eastern Territory. When the two met, Ling Yinqin understood Lan He's intentions and immediately thanked her before following her to Heavenly Wolf Valley. At that time, she was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. After that, with Lan He as her guarantor, she easily joined Heavenly Wolf Valley and lived in the place where her husband lived. Every day, she stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated diligently. After so many years, she actually broke through to the Emperor realm. With such strength, Tang Sheng gave her the position of elder. However, everyone in Heavenly Wolf Valley knew that Elderling didn't care about the affairs of Heavenly Wolf Valley and didn't interact with others. She just stayed by the grass all day, and some people who knew about her were moved by her infatuation. When Yang Kai arrived with Lan He, Ling Yinqin was meditating in front of a grave. The grave was covered in lush green grass and even had wildflowers in full bloom. This should be the place where her husband's ashes were buried. Sensing someone coming, Ling Yinqin opened her eyes. She first saw Lan He, who was leading the way, and smiled at her. Then, she saw Yang Kai behind her and was startled for a moment before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. Elder Ling, someone is here to see you. Lan He walked over with a smile. Big sister Ling, long time no see. Yang Kai also smiled and cupped his fists. Yang Kai. Ling Yinqin looked surprised, but the smile on her face came from the bottom of her heart. Why are you here? I was passing by the Eastern Territory and bumped into Miss Lan He. Thanks for your invitation. I came to Heavenly Wolf Valley and came to see you. Ling Yinqin looked him up and down and said, I haven't seen you in so many years. You seem to have gotten a lot stronger. Yang Kai smiled and said, I heard that big sister Ling also broke through to the Emperor realm. Ling Yinqing glanced back at the grave and said softly, I don't have much to do, just cultivate. Come, let's go inside and talk. He warmly welcomed Yang Kai and Lan He into the hut. The furnishings in the hut were also very simple. There were no decorations at all. There were only tables, chairs, and beds, but it gave people a fresh and natural feeling. Ling Yinqing boiled some tea, and the three sat down to talk about how they had come to the Eastern Territory after leaving the sealed world of the solitary void ocean. Ling Yinqing also sighed. At that time, she was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and it took her several years to travel from one territory to another. During that time, she had narrowly escaped death several times, but fortunately, her luck was good and she managed to escape danger each time. When she finally arrived in the Eastern Territory, she met Lan He, who was looking for her. Ling Yinqing naturally thanked Yang Kai profusely. If he hadn't mentioned this to Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea, it wouldn't have been easy for her to join Heavenly Wolf Valley. After all, she didn't grow up in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Which force would dare to casually accept someone who didn't know her background? Heavenly Wolf Valley's influence in the Eastern Territory could be considered quite good, and such a force would generally choose to accept people who weren't qualified. They would rather cultivate their members from a young age than casually accept people of unknown origins to avoid unnecessary trouble. After entering Heavenly Wolf Valley, everything settled down. She came here and lived a semi-secluded life, and no one disturbed her on a normal day. While chatting, she also asked about the situation of Bing Yun, Lucien Yun, and the others. After learning that everything was fine, she was relieved. After another half a day, Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Ling Yinqing tried her best to persuade him to stay for a few more days, and Lan He also chimed in, but Yang Kai knew Tang Sheng's attitude, so how could he stay and let others complain? He found an excuse and left. Ling Yinqing wanted to send him off, but she was stopped by him. In the end, she could only stand in front of the straw hut and watch his back disappear. Brother Yang, can't you wait a few more days? I can think of something else, Lan He asked gloomily as she followed Yang Kai out of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. No need, I still have other important matters to attend to, so I won't be going to Spirit Beast Island for the time being. But Lan He opened her mouth, but before she could finish, a young man suddenly flew out from the side and called out anxiously, Senior Sister Lan, the Valley Master is calling for you. He has something to discuss with you. Lan He nodded. I'll go see the Valley Master after sending Brother Yang off. The young man blocked her path and said with a serious face, The Valley Master said that he wants you to go immediately. It seems to be something urgent. Lan He frowned when she heard this. She obviously realized something and coldly snorted. I'm just going to send Brother Yang off. I'll be there soon. Can't you wait a little longer? A trace of embarrassment appeared on the young man's face. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Sister Lan, please forgive me. I'm just following the Valley Master's orders. Seeing that Lan He still wanted to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Go ahead, Miss Lan. I know the way out of the valley, so there's no need to send me off. Brother Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and flew out of the valley like a bolt of lightning. His voice came from afar. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Brother Yang, be careful. Lan He hurriedly shouted from behind. When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, she glared at the young man. The young man felt his hair stand on end from her glare. He could only explain with a smile, Senior Sister Lan, it's the Valley Master, humph? Lan He looked unhappy as she turned and flew in another direction. She wanted to ask her master what he meant. She was indebted to him. Now that he was in trouble, not only could she not help him, she could not even send him off. How could she face him in the future? It had to be said that the Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude toward Yang Kai today made Lan He very disappointed. She was also holding back a ball of anger in her heart. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai had just appeared when a person flew toward him. At first, Yang Kai did not pay attention to that person. When they brushed past each other, that person suddenly exclaimed and stopped. He turned around and shouted, Is that Brother Yang Kai over there? Yang Kai stopped and looked back. He felt that it was very interesting. He had come to the Eastern Territory and actually met some acquaintances one after another. The person who spoke had already turned around and stopped a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai. He glanced at Yang Kai and said in surprise, "It really is Brother Yang. When I heard that you came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley, this Chi rushed over without stopping. I never thought that I would meet you here." Chi. Hi. Yang Kai frowned. If he did not call himself this Chi, Yang Kai was afraid that he would not have remembered this guy. However, after hearing him call himself this Chi, coupled with his somewhat familiar appearance, Yang Kai immediately recalled some things that happened in the Shattered Star Sea and the Ancient Lands passageway. Chi Hai laughed and said, "Brother Yang, it is really this Chi's fortune that you still remember this Chi." Yang Kai looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Aren't you from the Heaven Chi Castle? Why are you here?" If he remembered correctly, the Heaven Chi Castle should be not far from the Ancient Lands. In the desolate city outside the Ancient Lands, there were many people from the Heaven Chi Castle. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He came out of the Ancient Lands and went to the desolate city. So many people in the Eastern Territory knew about his appearance. Even Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley had heard about it. There must be a reason for everything. Although Yang Kai did not try to hide, to be honest, there were not many people in the Eastern Territory who knew him. So the question was, where did the news of him appearing in the Eastern Territory come from? Although he had some doubts before, he did not take them to heart. Until he saw Chi Hai at this moment, he felt like the clouds had cleared and the moon had been revealed. The source was right in front of him. But why did you take the initiative to come here? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chi Hai with a thought-provoking expression. Chi Hai, however, was unaware of it and said seriously, "Naturally, I came for Brother Yang." Yang Kai faintly asked, "What is the matter?" Chi Hai smiled bitterly. "It's about the matter of the past." While speaking, he bowed to the ground and said respectfully, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save my wife's life. My wife doesn't have much time left. If this continues, I'm afraid she won't last more than a month." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. "Your wife is still alive?" If he remembered correctly, Chi Hai's woman should have been poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. Later, he paid a little attention to this poison and knew that it was very toxic. There was almost no cure for it, but if he could find the Phoenix True Fire with the effect of nirvana, there would be a glimmer of hope. But how many years had it been? Chi Hai's woman was poisoned before the Shattered Star Sea opened. It had been almost 20 years since then. Being poisoned by the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain for 20 years and not dying. What kind of concept was this? Was Chi Hai's woman a dragon race? Chi Hai said with a miserable expression, "There is a strange treasure in my Heaven Chi Castle that has the effect of freezing. My wife has been frozen in it, freezing her vitality and all her state. That's why she has been able to survive until today. But with the passage of time, the effect is getting worse and worse. If I don't detoxify her, I'm afraid she will really." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears, looking like a love-struck man. Yang Kai felt very sad when he saw this. A man did not cry easily, not to mention that Chi Hai was now in the Emperor realm. If either Su Yin or Xianing Cheng encountered this kind of thing, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be any better. Chi Hai straightened his face and continued, "I heard that Brother Yang appeared once in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately, this Chi didn't get to see you back then." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said, "I had something important to do at that time, and at that time, I couldn't help you." Chi Hai said, "As long as you have the Phoenix True Fire, you can detoxify and prolong your life. Didn't Brother Yang get the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea? How is this possible?" He was sure that the Phoenix True Fire was in Yang Kai's hands. If this was wrong, wouldn't it be a big mistake? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I did get the Phoenix True Fire, but it wasn't with me at that time. Even if I wanted to help you, I didn't have the ability." Chapter 3301. So it's like this. Chi Hai couldn't help but stagger, and his expression actually aged quite a bit. However, he sneered in his heart. The true Phoenix Fire was such a precious item. Since he had obtained it, how could he not have it with him? This was obviously an excuse. Since you weren't willing to help back then, why are you finding this excuse now? Yang Kai frowned and said, "What's more, since your wife was poisoned, you should be thinking of ways to cure her. Why are you pinning your hopes on me?" Chi Hai said bleakly, "There's no other way. Only the true phoenix fire can save her life. Therefore, when I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Eastern Territory, this Chi immediately chased after you without stopping. However, Brother Yang's speed was too fast, and this Chi couldn't catch up. Fortunately, I heard that Brother Yang had come to the Skywolf Valley, so I came here to try my luck." He paused for a moment and said, "I heard that Brother Yang was looking everywhere for the way to the Spirit Beast Island?" Yang Kai said with a fake smile, "Brother Chi is really well informed. How could Chi Hai not hear the ridicule in his words?" However, he pretended not to know and said seriously, "If that's the case, this Chi might be able to help." Yang Kai sized him up and said, "Brother Chi, don't tell me that you know how to get to the Spirit Beast Island." Chi Hai smiled slightly. "This Chi isn't sure, but this Chi knows where to find the Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. The beast hunting envoy comes from the Spirit Beast Island. As long as we find the beast hunting envoy, we won't have to worry about not being able to get to the Spirit Beast Island." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Where?" Chi Hai smiled proudly. "The Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy is mainly looking for all kinds of strange beasts for the Beast Warrior Master. Brother Yang, think about it. In the Eastern Territory, where are the places with the most strange beasts? Was there a need to think about it?" Yang Kai immediately thought of a place. "Savage, desolate, ancient land." Chi Hai clapped his hands and said, "That's right. The savage, desolate, ancient lands has the most strange beasts, and many of them have the bloodline of ancient divine spirits. How could a beast-seeking envoy miss that place? My Heaven Chi Castle is located at the periphery of the ancient land. It has a unique geographical location. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, there is a beast hunter who lives in my Heaven Chi Castle all year round." "What a coincidence." Yang Kai glared at him and then said lightly, "Brother Chi, are you going to ask me to follow you back to the Heaven Chi Castle and meet the beast hunter and save your wife's life?" Chi Hai cupped his hands and said, "If so, this Chi will be eternally grateful." Yang Kai nodded and asked casually, "But before that, I have something I would like to ask Brother Chi." Chi Hai said solemnly, "You flatter me. Brother Yang, feel free to ask me anything." Yang Kai said, "The people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land are inquiring about my whereabouts. Brother Chi should know about this, right?" "I was just about to tell Brother Yang about this." Chi Hai showed a look of shame. "This Chi has been chasing Brother Yang all the way here and also mobilized a lot of Heaven Chi Castle spies in the Eastern Territory. Perhaps the commotion caused was a bit big, so the news of Brother Yang's appearance in the Eastern Territory was leaked out. Brother Yang, please forgive me." "Is that so?" Yang Kai didn't comment and didn't know whether to believe it or not. He smiled slightly and said, "To tell you the truth, I came to the Heavenly Wolf Valley this time to inquire about the Spirit Beast Island, but Valley Master Tang seems to be somewhat afraid of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land, so he didn't meet my request. If Brother Chi takes me back to the Heaven Chi Castle, aren't you afraid that the two great forces will find trouble with you?" Chi Hai said decisively, "As long as I can save my wife's life, this Chi is willing to pay any price." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Chi is really sincere to your wife. In that case, I don't understand." Chi Hai said in a daze, "I don't know what Brother Yang doesn't understand?" Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look at the void around him. "Since you have a request for me, why did you join forces with the people of the Netherworld sect and the Brahma Holy Land? You stopped me here and distracted me by talking to me, but it is convenient for them to secretly arrange things. Aren't you afraid that if you offend me, I won't save you in anger?" Chi Hai's expression suddenly changed and his face twitched. "What does Brother Yang mean?" Yang Kai ignored him and shouted, "Since you are here, why are you sneaking around? Why don't you show yourself openly?" "Ha ha ha ha." A loud laugh suddenly rang out. "I told you that you guys couldn't hide your schemes from him, but you didn't believe me. Now you've lost face, haven't you?" As these words fell, the void trembled slightly and a young man with red hair, red eyes, and a strange expression suddenly appeared. He seemed to have been hiding there all this time, but it was unknown what method he used to hide his figure. It could be said that he was almost flawless. Yang Kai glanced over and raised his brow. Chigu. Although he wasn't familiar with this guy and had only seen him once in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai still recognized him at a glance. It was Chi-Gue of the Ahan Temple that Lan He had mentioned before. This guy's appearance was so unique that it was difficult to not recognize him. Chi-Gue grinned, as if he really was an evil ghost, causing everyone to shudder. Southern Territory, Yang Kai? As he spoke, his red eyes flashed with a divine light, as if he was an excellent hunter who had seen his favorite prey and was ready to hunt. You little brat, if you don't watch your mouth, this king will tear it off. A cold voice rang out and a figure appeared on the other side. An old man with a ghostly aura. Netherworld sect master, Fu Bo. His seniority was higher than Chi-Gue's, and although Chi-Gue was also an emperor, he was just a rising star. So Fu Bo was qualified to teach him a lesson. Chi-Gue curled his lips when he heard this, not daring to be too presumptuous. His master was not here, so if he really provoked Fu Bo, he would have to bear the consequences. Sect Master Fu. Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this was not the first time he and Fu Bo had met. Back then, he had gone to the Netherworld sect, but at that time, he had used Luan Feng's name as a cover, with Luan Feng accompanying him. Even though Fu Bo knew that he was the one who killed Yin Lushang, he did not dare to be too presumptuous and swallowed his anger. After all, Yang Kai was related to the ancient land divine spirit, so he did not dare to have any ideas. This time, if he had not received some information and instructions, the Netherworld sect would not have made things difficult for Yang Kai again. However, the information and instructions he received made Fu Bo no longer have any scruples. This time, he had to settle his old grudge in one fell swoop. Boy, you've got guts, daring to come to the Eastern Territory. Fu Bo coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai, his eyes almost spitting fire. Beside him, one powerful figure after another gradually appeared, all of them emitting ghostly auras. There were more than 20 of them, all of them from the Emperor realm. Yang Kai calmly said, "The world is vast. I can go wherever I want. It's just a trip to the Eastern Territory. Why wouldn't I dare?" Fu Bo sneered again and again. "I hope your ability is as big as your words." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Fu led the elites of the Netherworld sect out to deal with this king. Aren't you afraid that Lady Feng will come looking for trouble with you?" Fu Bo's expression changed when he heard this. He naturally knew that the Lady Feng Yang Kai was talking about was the Luan Feng of the ancient land, but that was it. He coldly snorted and said, "How can the divine spirit and the ancient land's monster race interfere in the affairs of my human race? It's fine if they don't come out, but if they do, this king would like to see if they can return to the ancient land alive." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Sect Master Fu seems to have some kind of backing. Since the people from the Netherworld sect are here, I presume those from Brahma Holy Land are also here?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked to the other side. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen figures there, led by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but Fu Bo Xin was different. The middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his figure was as straight as a sword, giving off an indescribable pressure. "Good." Yang Kai laughed. "With so many masters from two great forces here, this king's face is really big, but with so many people here, I don't know how many of them will be able to leave alive." Chi-Gue immediately looked at Yang Kai in shock. "I've seen people with big mouths, but I've never seen one as big as you." Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "The Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land have enmity with me, so I can understand why they came to find trouble with me. But Chi-Gue, what are you doing here?" Chi-Gue's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind as he grinned, giving off an evil and boundless feeling. "Don't misunderstand. I have no enmity with you, nor am I on their side. I just came here to compare notes with you. You've already killed all those guys from the Eastern Territory, so I really can't find another opponent." Yang Kai nodded. "If it were any other time, I wouldn't mind comparing notes with you, but today, it's not the right time. We can have a fight at any time, anywhere. When is it not the right time?" Qi Gua slowly shook his head. You misunderstand. Yang Kai sighed. I mean, if it weren't for today, I would be able to compare notes with you. But if you fight today, I'm afraid you'll be in a difficult situation. Qi Gui's expression suddenly became excited. You mean, I'm not your opponent? You'll know when you try. Yang Kai gently smiled as he looked around. You've all secretly arranged things here to seal off space and not give me any room to escape. I'm curious, aren't you going to use some kind of heaven and earth isolation array? Do you need me to give you a bit more time? I can wait a bit more. Wait a bit more. These words were very harsh to the ears, making the two great forces of the Emperor realm angry. What did this little brat mean? Did he really think he was invincible in the world, and that so many people from the Emperor realm couldn't do anything to him? Originally, when dealing with Yang Kai, everyone was worried that he would use the Space Divine technique to escape. If that was the case, there was nothing they could do to him. This was why Qi Hai had come forward to delay him, so that the others could secretly arrange things. They never thought that he would be so shameless and take the initiative to give up his biggest advantage. Once he was isolated from the world, he would have no way to escape. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he would have to defeat or kill these several dozen people from the Emperor realm. Who did he think he was? Great emperors? Chapter 3302. Arrogant enough. Qi Gui stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, his heart filled with admiration. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would never be as leisurely and elegant as Yang Kai. Not only did Yang Kai not try to find a way to escape, he even dared to ridicule him. Was he tired of living? Su Changfeng said indifferently, You don't necessarily need to set up a spirit array to isolate this world. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you have the divine technique of space? Young man, this world is so big, there are always things you don't know. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Holy Master Su's words sound very interesting. Can I take it that you have already sealed off this world? Su Changfeng smiled faintly. Why don't you try? Yang Kai nodded and really did try. Under the surge of his space principles, Yang Kai discovered that the surrounding world was like an impregnable cage. Although he could still use his space principles, he couldn't teleport. On the surface, Yang Kai remained calm, but in his heart, he was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. He didn't find any traces of a spirit array here, so how did this world isolate him from teleportation? Could it be that the other side also had a master proficient in the space principles? Only someone who was also proficient in the space principles could seal off this world without anyone noticing. But that shouldn't be the case. The space principles were extremely difficult to grasp, and it was even more difficult to cultivate them. Just what kind of character was Shang Yuzhu? She was an existence who could compete with Wu Kong for the position of great emperors, yet she had been trapped in the void for tens of thousands of years and had painstakingly studied the Tao of space, yet she had only just begun. If the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land really had masters proficient in the space principles, they would definitely not be unknown and would have long since become famous. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it because he didn't intend to use teleportation to break out today. Death is at hand. Do you have anything to say? Fu Bo coldly glared at Yang Kai, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. This was different from the hatred between Yang Kai and Brahma Holy Land. Brahma Holy Land wanted to deal with Yang Kai only because Yang Kai had killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. Although someone from the Netherworld sect had been killed by Yang Kai, this was not the real reason why Fu Bo wanted to deal with him. The biggest reason was the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The Netherworld sect and the territory of the Great Desolate Star could be regarded as the origin of the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. It was precisely because the experts of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star came to the astral boundary and cultivated successfully that they established the Netherworld sect in the astral boundary. The relationship between the two was inseparable. Not long ago, the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star was uprooted by the Yang Kai. The foundation of the sect was destroyed and almost all the disciples of the sect were slaughtered. When Fu Bo heard the news, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Coupled with the fact that Yang Kai had killed In Lu Shang and Elder Hua Feichen in the past, It could be said that both new and old grudges were surging together. Even if Yang Kai really had some kind of relationship with the ancient land's divine spirits, so what? In the past, Fu Bo could give face to Luan Feng and swallow his anger, hiding this grudge in his heart and not showing it. But after the incident in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Fu Bo could no longer bear it and was determined to kill Yang Kai to avenge himself. As he said, this was a matter of the human race. Although he was afraid of Luan Feng, if the ancient land's divine spirits and the monster race really insisted on interfering in the human race's affairs, it wasn't as if no one would deal with them. It is not certain who will die and who will live. Isn't Sect Master Fu too optimistic? Yang Kai glanced at him and then turned to look at Qi Hai, shaking his head in disappointment. Why are you doing this? Do you think that by helping them kill me, you can take away the Phoenix True Fire and save your wife? Qi Hai's face suddenly became ferocious. She is already dead. It was you who killed her. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Hearing this, Fu Bo laughed loudly. Good disciple, well said. Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, so you have already joined the Netherworld sect? No wonder you can break through to the Emperor realm. But Qi Hai, you are wrong. Qi Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What did I do wrong? Yang Kai said softly, your wife's death has nothing to do with me. She died because she entrusted it to the wrong person. Nonsense. Qi Hai flew into a rage, and his expression was both painful and ferocious as he said, you clearly had the ability to save her life back then, but you turned a deaf ear to her, causing her to suffer all kinds of torture and suffering before she finally passed away. All of this is your fault. Yang Kai sneered. According to what you said, anyone in this world who has the ability to detoxify your wife is your enemy. Because they had the ability but didn't help you. Qi Hai, is there something wrong with your head? Qi Hai said coldly, I don't know if anyone else has this ability, but I know that you do. Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. Because of this, you hold a grudge against me. Your wife really did entrust it to the wrong person. If she was still alive, I wouldn't have saved her. It would have been better for her to die early, lest she continue to suffer with an irresponsible person like you in the future. Shut up. Qi Hai's face became ferocious, as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Yang Kai continued, as a man, you don't have the ability to protect your woman and instead place your hopes on others. What kind of responsibility do you have? Qi Hai flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, I'll kill you. That woman's death was the greatest pain in his life, a knot in his heart that he could not let go of. If not for this, he would not have tried so hard to enter Netherworld's sect and find such a backer, simply because he knew that he could not deal with Yang Kai with his own ability. In any case, Netherworld sect and Yang Kai had a grudge against each other, so he might have a chance to get what he wanted by borrowing the strength of Netherworld sect. But today, Yang Kai was really trapped here. Under the gaze of so many masters, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. At this moment, angered by Yang Kai's words, coupled with his own wishes, he naturally wanted to kill Yang Kai with his own hands. As soon as his words fell, he shook his hand and summoned a black banner. In an instant, Inchi rolled out and the world was filled with wailing and howling. This was one of Netherworld sect's two great artifacts, the 10,000 Soul Banner. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a dead man. Although he had no grudge with Qi Hai, since the other party had willingly treated him as an enemy and attacked him, Yang Kai naturally would not show mercy. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be killed with a flick of his finger. However, after summoning the 10,000 Soul Banner, Qi Hai did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, he was startled and stared at his own 10,000 Soul Banner with wide eyes. Because at this moment, a vague phantom suddenly floated out of the 10,000 Soul Banner. It was the figure of a woman, probably a kind of spirit body, because it looked a little illusory and had no substance. Her whole body was covered in ghost chi, and her face was pale. But it was not difficult to see that this woman must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive. Her demeanor was gentle, and even the ghost chi around her could not hide her peerless beauty. On the other side, Fu Bo, who was quietly observing the situation and did not even try to stop Chi when he was about to attack, suddenly changed his expression and stared at the woman's phantom in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "In spirit." Because of the secret arts and secret techniques that the Netherworld sect cultivated, they dealt with in spirits and death all year round. The 10,000 soul banner was made from in spirits, and the more in spirits there were, the more powerful the 10,000 soul banner would be. But in spirits were difficult to find, while in spirits were easy to obtain. Because ordinary in spirits did not have sentience, no matter how powerful they were when they were alive. Once they were refined by the Netherworld sect's disciples with a secret technique after death, they would become banner spirits that obeyed orders. But in spirits were different. In spirits could be said to be another kind of existence. They were also a kind of in spirit. They did not have flesh and blood, but they had their own sentience, and there was a lot of room for cultivation and development. If a 10,000 soul banner could obtain an in spirit as its main soul, then the power of the 10,000 soul banner would be greatly increased. But the probability of an in spirit appearing was too small. There were countless 10,000 soul banners in the Netherworld sect, but there were only a few that had in spirits, and all of them were treasures to those in the Emperor realm. But at this moment, Fubo actually saw a in spirit on Chi-Hi's 10,000 soul banner. Moreover, this in spirit seemed to be more outstanding and pure than any in spirit he had ever seen before. Such a in spirit was simply rare in the world. For a moment, he gnashed his teeth in anger. If he had known that this cheap disciple of his had such a in spirit, he would have done everything possible to obtain it. How could he have left it in Chi-Hi's hands and let it go to waste? After the in spirit appeared, it did not follow Chi-Hi's order to pounce on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned around and faced Chi-Hi, quietly looking at him. Its eyes, which should have lost all sentience, actually revealed a human-like light. Chi-Hi stood dumbfounded in place, his whole body trembling. He slowly reached out a hand and touched the in spirit's face, trembling as he said, "Xiao Xiao, is that you?" Yang Kai's face sank. "You actually refined her into a banner soul?" Although he had never seen this in spirit's appearance when she was alive, anyone with a bit of eyesight should be able to tell that this in spirit called Xiao Xiao by Chi-Hi should be his wife. But no one would have thought that he would actually refine his wife's soul. If not, how could she have escaped from the 10,000 soul banner? This action could be said to be utterly heartless and infuriating. Even the group of people from the Netherworld sect looked at Chi-Hi in a different light. Although they also refined souls to strengthen the power of the 10,000 soul banner, none of them had ever done such a thing to their family, let alone their lover. So that's how it is. Fubo's expression changed as he seemed to understand something. No wonder Chi-Hi specially came to the Netherworld sect and offered the entire Heaven Chi Castle as the price to join the Netherworld sect. Later, he even asked to cultivate the 10,000 soul banner's secret technique. It turned out that he wanted to keep his wife's soul by his side. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Their soul would also dissipate, but the Netherworld sect's secret technique could keep the soul. However, as a banner soul, it was destined to have a bad ending. After all, this way, the soul would be bound to the 10,000 soul banner for the rest of their lives. Not only would they lose the qualification to reincarnate, but they would also be easily swallowed by other banner souls. Chapter 3303. In the end, Chi-Hi's hand failed to touch Xiao Xiao's face. How could he touch a in spirit without a physical body? His hand passed through Xiao Xiao's face, causing her body to glow. Chi-Hi's face was full of pain and self-blame. He asked, "Xiao Xiao, is it really you?" Clearly, this was the first time he had seen Xiao Xiao in such a state. Just as Fubo had thought, the reason why he had spent so much effort to join the Netherworld sect was because he wanted to use the power of the Netherworld sect to take revenge and obtain the secret techniques of the Netherworld sect. Although he succeeded in keeping Xiao Xiao's soul in his 10,000 soul banner, he never knew that Xiao Xiao had retained her intelligence. Until now, Xiao Xiao showed herself. Xiao Xiao smiled at him and said, "Don't make mistakes again and again." Chi-Hi was stunned. "I was wrong? What was wrong?" He never thought that the first sentence Xiao Xiao said to him would be this. Then, The woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai. She bowed and said sincerely, "Please let him go this time. He was not like this." Perhaps it was the powerful and keen intuition of Yin's spirit, or perhaps it was her last concern for her beloved, but she could sense that if Chi Hai attacked Yang Kai here, he would die in the next moment. That was why she took the initiative to come out of the 10,000 soul banner to save Chi Hai's life. Yang Kai stared at her and felt her feelings. He sighed in his heart, and his killing intent slowly dissipated. He nodded and said, "If he didn't seek his own death, I wouldn't have done anything to him." "Thank you." Xiao nodded gratefully. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, "Back then, I couldn't help you." The true phoenix fire was swallowed by Lu Yin and turned into a phoenix egg. Lu Yin was taken away by Jufeng. He really couldn't help this woman. Xiao smiled. Life and death are predestined. There's nothing to care about. Xiao. Chi Hai called again with a trembling voice. Su turned around, stretched out her translucent little hand, and gently stroked his face like Chi Hai just did. She whispered, Go back to the Heaven Chi Castle and live well. Otherwise, I will not forgive you." But Chi Hai glanced at Yang Kai as he spoke. He wholeheartedly wanted to avenge his woman, but at this moment, Xiao didn't want him to avenge her. Instead, she advised him to leave this place. Chi Hai was suddenly at a loss. He didn't know what to do. "Go back," Su said again, her eyes filled with reluctance. Next, her translucent body suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Chi Hai was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "Xiao, what happened to you?" Su gave Chi Hai a familiar smile. Amidst the bright light, she suddenly collapsed and turned into specks of fluorescent light that filled the world. Seeing this, Fu Bo could not help but reveal a pained expression. His heart ached so much that it was almost bleeding. This Yin spirit had actually self-destructed. This was a Yin spirit, a rare treasure for the Netherworld sect. Just now, he was thinking that he must find an opportunity to get her from Chi Hai, but just as he finished thinking, he found that he didn't have the chance anymore. He had never encountered a Yin spirit that could self-destruct. It could be seen how outstanding this Yin spirit was. Perhaps the few Yin spirits in the Netherworld sect couldn't be compared to her. Fu Bo's face twitched, feeling as if he had just missed a precious treasure. Chi Hai reached out to grab the specks of light in a panic, as if he wanted to keep them, but in the end, it was all in vain. A moment later, the specks of light dissipated. Chi Hai knelt on the ground with a face full of pain. Tears streamed down his face. He clenched his fists and roared at the sky. That roar was heart-wrenching, full of unwillingness and helplessness. He obviously knew Su's end. There was a brief silence, like the eye of the storm. A moment later, Yang Kai sighed and looked at Chi Hai. "What is your choice?" Chi Hai, who was in a daze, was awakened. He raised his head and looked at Yang Kai with lifeless eyes. Su's last words echoed in his ears. He slowly shook his head, got up, and walked back the way he came, his back bleak. "Useless thing," Fu Bo coldly snorted. Although he was Chi Hai's master in name, he had no intention of forcing him to stay. Chi Hai no longer had any fighting spirit. Even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to do much, so he simply let him go. Not long after, Chi Hai's figure had already disappeared. More than 10 miles away, 3 figures stood quietly on a small hill, watching the development of the situation. It was Tang Shang, Qian Xiaoying, and Lan He of the Heavenly Wolf Valley. So many experts suddenly appeared outside the sect. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Valley were not blind, so they naturally saw it. After the news was sent back, Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying immediately came out to investigate. Lan He also ran over, but she was restrained by the 2 of them, not allowing her to come forward. Tang Shang and Qian Xiaoying both had depressed expressions. They hated the actions of the Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land. Su Changfeng had previously proposed to let Tang Shang open the sect-protecting Grand Array and use the Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield to deal with Yang Kai. After being rejected by Tang Shang, he didn't force it. But what was the meaning of this group of people blocking the entrance of their own sect to deal with Yang Kai? If they really wanted to make a move, couldn't they wait until he was a little further away? If this situation was known to those who didn't know the situation, they would think that the heavenly wolf valley was also involved. Although they were angry, their fists were not as big as the others, so they couldn't reason with them. They could only watch from afar to ensure that the heavenly wolf valley's side would not be affected. Seeing the matter between Chi-Hai and Su-Su, Qian Xiuying couldn't help but be slightly moved. This man is a true person, but unfortunately, he has taken the wrong path. Tang Shang stared at Chi-Hai's departing back and said, "He seems to be someone from the Heaven Chi Castle." Lan He's expression was slightly complicated. After all, matters of the heart were quite emotional for women. When she saw Su-Su explode her spirit body just now, she almost cried. Although she didn't know the other party, she could feel Su-Su's feelings for Chi-Hai. Xiu-Xiu's choice to explode her spirit body was undoubtedly the most decisive way to settle this grudge. Otherwise, Chi-Hai would have definitely taken action against Yang Kai, and at that time, only the heavens would know what Chi-Hai's fate would be. She suddenly had an impulse to rush over and fight side by side with Yang Kai and kill all the shameless people in this world. However, Tang Shang and Qian Xiuying were already prepared. The moment she came over, they sealed her cultivation and made it clear that they would only let her watch the battle and not let her interfere. More than 10 miles away, Yang Kai was facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, but his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't put these people in his eyes at all. Even Tang Shang and Qian Xiuying who were watching couldn't help but admire him. Yang Kai turned to look at the red-haired, red-eyed Qi Gui and said indifferently, "Chi-Hai is gone. What's your choice?" Qi Gui quietly stared at Yang Kai and was shocked to find that there was a long warning bell ringing in his heart. His instincts told him that if he didn't know when to back down and made a move against Yang Kai, he might end up in a terrible state or even die. Qi Gui was shocked when this thought appeared in his mind. The other side was a figure of the same era as him. They were both rising stars in their respective territories. He was also famous in the Eastern Territory. Even if he faced the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji, he wouldn't have to worry about his life. But facing this person, why did he feel such a strong sense of crisis before he even made a move? He knew that Yang Kai's current situation made it so that he couldn't show any mercy. Because once he showed any mercy, it would affect his momentum. Yang Kai still had to deal with dozens of people from the Emperor realm. It was impossible for him to compromise his momentum, so Yang Kai would definitely go all out. Would he die if he went all out? Qi Gui's face couldn't help twitching. The words that were about to come out of his mouth changed. Love is a bad thing. Let's forget about it today. Let's talk about it again when you have a chance to live. As soon as he finished speaking, the warning signs in his heart disappeared completely. He actually felt as if he had let out a long sigh of relief for no reason. Yang Kai nodded. If Qi Gui really wanted to oppose him at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. No matter how strong Qi Gui was, he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If he really killed him here, he would have offended all 3 of the top forces in the entire Eastern Territory. Yang Kai didn't want to anger the heavens, so Qi Gui choosing to retreat was undoubtedly what he wanted to see. Looking around, Yang Kai sneered, "This king is right here. If you want to take my life, then what are you waiting for? Little brat, you dare to call yourself this king in front of this old master? This old master will definitely refine your soul after we capture you." Fubo coldly snorted and waved his hand. "Kill him." On the other side, Su Changfeng succinctly spat out a word. "Kill." Emperor Qi surged, the wind and clouds changed, and world principles appeared. Several dozen figures suddenly spread out and surrounded Yang Kai, leaving him with no path to heaven and no door to earth. At this moment, 5 figures had already taken turns to pounce on him. The Emperor artifact spear in the hand of the leader trembled, piercing through the void with a sizzling sound. Spear images filled the sky as they blasted towards Yang Kai. Then, the 4 figures crisscrossed like butterflies, dazzling everyone who saw them. It was impossible to tell where they were going to attack from. Although these 5 people came from the 2 great sects, they were all masters from the Emperor realm. Even though this was the first time they had joined forces to fight an enemy, their cooperation was as if they had rehearsed beforehand. Tang Shang and Qian Xiuying, who were watching from a distance, sighed. In fact, they didn't quite understand why the two great sects had to mobilize so many people to deal with Yang Kai. Even Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng had personally come. In their opinion, with the momentum of these 5 people, Yang Kai had no way to survive. Because if it were any one of them, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Even if they managed to block it, they would definitely be severely injured. And in such an environment, being seriously injured was tantamount to death. Since that was the case, wasn't mobilizing so many people from the Emperor realm a bit of a fuss? Lan He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her face turned pale as she closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Chapter 3304. Amidst the sounds of the air being torn apart, a short and hurried shrill cry sounded out. Tang Shang and Qian Shouying suddenly stared with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost, and they looked at the nearby battlefield with astonishment. Lan He was also startled and quickly opened her eyes. Just now, she thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, so she didn't dare to look. However, the scream that entered her ears wasn't Yang Kai's voice. Looking over, she saw a scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Yang Kai was no longer in his original position. Instead, he was above the spear-wielding cultivator's head. His expression was cold, and his killing intent was like a tidal wave. He slapped his hand on the spear-wielding cultivator's head. Under his emperor chi, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Lan He clearly saw that a large part of the spear-wielding cultivator's head had caved in. Both of his eyeballs had popped out, and white brain matter splattered in all directions. His vitality had dissipated in an extremely short period of time, and his body swayed as he fell to the ground. How could this be? A question popped up in Lan He's mind. She had her eyes closed just now, so she didn't know how Yang Kai escaped from the 5 people's attacks. She also didn't know how he took the enemy's life with a snap of his fingers. However, she knew that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Even her master and master's wife didn't have this ability. Facing such a dense and flawless siege, any second-order Emperor Realm Master could only wait to be captured. However, Yang Kai fought back. Not only was he unscathed, he even killed one of them. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. Instead, he seemed relaxed, as if he was slaughtering a chicken. That was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be killed just like that? Lan He couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. She was also a first-order Emperor, so she naturally knew what kind of background the Emperor Realm had. However, such a master, who was respected by millions of cultivators in the world, had died at the hands of Yang Kai in a single exchange. She couldn't help but shiver, and her pores began to emit cold air. At the same time, her beautiful eyes lit up. She faintly felt that this time, Yang Kai wouldn't be killed so easily. The gun-wielding cultivator was killed in one blow, and the other 4 were also shocked. Their eyes were full of fear and dread, but they only hesitated for a moment, and then attacked Yang Kai again. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Artifact Spear appeared in Yang Kai's grasp. He did not use any particular technique, simply clenching his fists and thrusting the spear forward with incredible momentum. Originally, there was no one there, and at first glance, it seemed that Yang Kai had made a mistake. But when the tip of the spear, wrapped in Emperor Qi, pierced through the void, a figure coincidentally appeared there. This person was an elder of Netherworld sect. He wanted to launch an attack from the side, but as soon as he arrived, before he could react, he felt a deathly aura rush towards him. Shocked, he shook the red banner in his hand, causing it to explode into a bloody mist. It was his natal artifact, the Blood Sea Banner, and he retreated under the cover of this bloody mist. However, after retreating half a step, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. His body shook violently, and all the strength in his body rushed to his chest, venting out wantonly. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and he quickly looked down, only to see that a fist-sized hole had appeared in his chest at some point in time. It pierced all the way to his back, and he felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the hole, he could even see his broken heart rapidly contracting and blood spurting out like a fountain. No. He roared towards the sky, as if he could not believe what had happened to him. How could young Kai break through the cover and defense of his blood sea banner with a single spear strike and chase after him? Before he could finish his thoughts, his body swayed and he fell from the sky, dead before he even hit the ground. On the other side, young Kai, who had succeeded in his spear strike, did not stop. As he withdrew his spear, he turned it around and stabbed out diagonally from below his ribs. His movements were so smooth that it was too much for the eyes to take in. With a soft sound, Yang Kai stealthily touched the head of the third person behind him, and a violent power surged out, directly blasting this person's head apart. This Emperor artifact spear seemed to have been reborn in his hands, possessing a life of its own. Every spear strike chased after the enemy's soul and took their life. And this was only because Yang Kai had only used this artifact as an ordinary weapon and had not refined it yet. But this was not the end. Yang Kai gripped the end of the spear and suddenly swept it forward. In front of him, the fourth person had already used his killer move and was rushing over with an aggressive momentum that could not be underestimated. However, the five of them had been acting at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already eliminated three of them. At this moment, the fourth person's spear was sweeping over, causing his attack to weaken by 30%. Without even thinking about it, this person pushed his Emperor Chi to protect himself and at the same time opened his right hand, summoning a shield-like artifact to block his side, as if he wanted to use this defensive artifact to find some sense of security. Hong. The long spear swept across the shield-like artifact, but the sound of planets colliding rang out. Everyone felt their eardrums hurt as their eyelids twitched. Because under this blow, the shield-like artifact flashed wildly and suddenly lost its spirituality before shattering into pieces. Gasps rang out as Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, who saw this scene, almost bit their tongues, unable to believe their eyes. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai hadn't refined the long spear at all, and all his attacks were based on his brute strength. Yet, with a single blow, he had actually shattered an Emperor artifact's defensive artifact. Just how strong was his brute strength? Retreat! Su Changfeng shouted almost instinctively. If possible, he wanted to warn Yang Kai when he killed the three people before him, but Yang Kai was simply too fast. Three people from the Emperor realm died, so inexplicably that Su Changfeng did not even have time to react. As he shouted, a pitch-black swordbox suddenly appeared behind Su Changfeng. It was square in shape, 1 foot long, and had an ordinary appearance, but it gave off a heaven-destroying aura. Su Changfeng formed a seal with his fingers, and a pitch-black swordlight suddenly shot out from the swordbox on his back, arriving behind Yang Kai in the blink of an eye and slashing towards Yang Kai's back. Obviously, he wanted to rescue Yang Kai by besieging him. Even as one of the top 3 great forces in the Eastern Territory, the Emperor realm was still a rare talent, yet 3 of them had died at the hands of Yang Kai. Although 2 of them were from the Netherworld sect, Su Changfeng's heart still ached so much that it was almost bleeding. As such, he wanted to force Yang Kai to give up on killing the fourth person. His thoughts weren't wrong, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to not play by the rules at all. Yang Kai completely ignored the pitch-black sword light behind him and swept his spear, which had already destroyed his defensive artifact, towards the body of the fourth person. Chi. With a loud sound, a rain of blood and minced meat fell from the sky. The power of this sweep caused the fourth person from the Emperor realm to explode into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. At the same time, there was a loud clanging sound, like the sound of a great bell, that spread throughout the world, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their souls to shake. Su Changfeng fixed his eyes on the source of the sound and almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. He saw that behind Yang Kai, a large bell half the height of a person had appeared. On the bell, there were pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts flowing slowly, as if they were alive, emitting a mysterious aura. Su Changfeng's pitch-black sword light did not hit Yang Kai but instead hit the bell, causing unpredictable consequences. The mountains and rivers bell. Fu Bo's eyes flashed, revealing an extremely greedy look. Just a moment ago, He was still grieving over the death of his sect in the Emperor realm, but the next moment, all his regrets were gone. This was the Mountains and Rivers Bell, the foundation of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors to become Great Emperors, the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Although he had long heard that the Mountains and Rivers Bell and the Phoenix True Fire were both obtained by Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea, seeing was believing. Only at this moment did Fu Bo really believe what he had heard. The sound of the bell suppresses the mountains and rivers, and the rhythm of the Emperor changes the world. It was rumored that the Mountains and Rivers Bell had the effect of sealing the world, and judging from the feeling of the sound just now, this rumor seemed to be true. Just passively emitting a sound had such a magical effect. So what would it be like if it was actively activated? For a moment, Fu Bo's eyes turned red. If he could obtain the Mountains and Rivers Bell today, he might have a chance to compete for the title of Great Emperors in the future and become the second Yuan Ding Great Emperors. A figure hurriedly retreated, his face full of fear. It was the last of the 5 people who had attacked Yang Kai. Su Chongfeng's warning was too late. The 4th person had already been struck by Yang Kai, turning into a rain of blood. The 5th person was the only one who had not died yet. At this moment, he was fleeing like a stray dog towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp, not even daring to look back. Previously, when the 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 great sects joined forces to attack Yang Kai, they all assumed that they would be able to deal with him, but in just a few breaths of time. It seemed that in less than 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had killed 4 of them. The so-called perfect ambush was nothing more than a child's game. If he didn't run, would he wait for death? Before he could return to the Brahma Holy Land's camp, he heard Yang Kai shout behind him, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air towards him. This person turned pale with fright and turned his head to look, only to see Yang Kai standing in place in a throwing posture. The Emperor artifact spear that should have been in his hand had disappeared, and not far from his back, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Madman! This person cursed in his heart. How could he not know what that stream of light was? It was clearly Yang Kai throwing the spear artifact at him. Before the stream of light arrived, the sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. He couldn't dodge it, it was too fast, he couldn't block it, and the attack was too fierce. The blood drained from this person's face as he shouted, "Holy Master, save me!" As soon as he shouted, he felt a strong force hit him from behind, followed by a sharp pain. His body staggered a few steps forward under the force of the impact, and then he saw a spear piercing through his chest, rushing straight towards the Brahma Holy Land's camp. Chapter 3305. The spear that was thrown by Yang Kai went straight through the body of this man from the Emperor realm. The few masters from Brahma Holy Land in front of him all retreated in horror when they saw this, not daring to face it head-on. Where the spear passed, it left a dark mark in the void that lingered for a long time. This blow tore through space. Everyone was stunned as a chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It was also the first time they realized that a person could possess such terrifying brute strength. Holy Master! The man from the Emperor realm, who had a huge hole in his chest and abdomen, barely managed to get within 10 meters of Su Chongfeng. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stretched out his hand weakly towards Su Chongfeng, as if he was trying to grasp his last chance of survival. But in the end, it was all in vain. His body went limp and he fell from midair, crashing to the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. 5 breaths. 5 men from the Emperor realm were killed by Yang Kai in just 5 breaths of time. They didn't even have the chance to test out Yang Kai's true strength before they were casually crushed like 5 ants. The world fell silent as the dozens of masters from the Emperor realm from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect gulped, feeling like they were dreaming. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he stood on the spinning Mountains and Rivers Bell. As the wind blew, his black hair fluttered in the wind as he shouted, "I, Yang Kai, am here. Who wants to die?" Everyone looked around, but no one dared to look him in the eye, all of them averting their gazes. More than a dozen kilometers away, Tang Shang and Qian Xiuying were dumbfounded, unable to accept what they had just seen. Is this still a second-order Emperor Realm Master? How could this be a second-order Emperor Realm Master? Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't have such divine power, right? Although they had long known that there was a type of person in this world who could fight above their level and kill powerful enemies as if it was nothing out of the ordinary, it was not like they had never seen such a person before. The former holy son of Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao, Zhang Xian, the disciple of Netherworld sect master Fu Bo, Yin Le Shang, the son of the serene soul great emperors, Hyoji, and Qi Gue all belonged to this category. They could often defeat opponents a minor realm higher than themselves, and even had the opportunity to kill their enemies. Such existences were well-known geniuses. As long as they were given enough time and space to grow, there would definitely be a place for them in the future. But it wasn't until now that Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying realized that there was a difference between geniuses. There were even more powerful geniuses among geniuses. Yang Kai had killed 5 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters with his Second-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, so it couldn't be counted as fighting above his realm, but the scene before them was far more shocking and unbelievable than seeing a First-Order Emperor Realm Master kill a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. No wonder Zhang Hao, Zhang Xian, and Yin Lu Sheng died at his hands. There is always a heaven beyond a heaven, and there is always someone better than you. Lan He's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, and her heart was filled with excitement. Previously, she had broken her promise to Yang Kai and was filled with guilt. Then, when she saw Yang Kai being surrounded by so many people, she thought he was dead for sure. If Yang Kai really died outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, then today's matter would probably be a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, her cultivation was sealed by Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying, so she couldn't even help. She could only stand here and watch helplessly. This kind of mental torment was really painful. Turning her head, Lan He looked at Tang Sheng with a complicated gaze and asked, "Master, if he survives, will you regret it?" Tang Sheng trembled when he heard this. He knew that Lan He was still very dissatisfied with his previous choice. She was complaining, but because he was her master, she couldn't say or ask for more. So he said indifferently, "Since I have made a choice, I won't regret it. What's more, do you think he can survive?" It was undeniable that the wanton slaughter in just a few breaths was really shocking, making people feel emotional. It was also undeniable that Yang Kai was definitely one of the few geniuses in the star boundary. He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he already had such power. What would happen if he broke through to the third-order Emperor Realm? At that time, he would probably be able to compete with Li Wu Yi. If such an existence could be befriended in advance, it would be of great benefit to Heavenly Wolf Valley, even if he was from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai did indeed ask Heavenly Wolf Valley for help. As long as he agreed to take him to Spirit Beast Island, Heavenly Wolf Valley would naturally establish a good relationship with him. If Heavenly Wolf Valley asked for help in the future, would they be afraid that he would ignore them? Who wouldn't like such a deal if they could get a generous return with a small price to pay? That was why Lan He asked this question. She instinctively wanted to make friends with a future Supreme Master, but Heavenly Wolf Valley missed this opportunity. But the premise of all this was, he could survive. Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld Sect had mobilized all their forces this time, so even if 5 First-Order Emperor Realm Masters died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation because they still had 2 Third-Order Emperors and 7 or 8 Second-Order Emperors. Yang Kai's performance was amazing, but the outcome was probably already decided. Lan He was rendered speechless by the question. She asked herself, in such a situation, could Kai Yang survive? He had already killed 5 people from the other side, and all of them were from the Emperor realm. This was definitely a situation where one side would fight to the death. In today's battle, either Yang Kai would be killed here, or the 2 sects would be shattered, but anyone with discerning eyes could see who was stronger and who was weaker. "I bet he can survive." A voice suddenly came from the side. Tang Sheng and Qian Xiuying, who were focused on the battlefield, were shocked because they didn't notice when someone approached. Although most of their attention was diverted, it was still enough to show how strong this person was. But after hearing the person's voice clearly, the two immediately felt relieved. Because the person who said this was Qi Gue, the strongest of the younger generation of Ahan Temple. His red hair and red eyes were his most obvious symbol. He was warlike and bloodthirsty. Everyone in the Eastern Territory had a headache, because no one wanted to be targeted by this guy. If Lan He wasn't a woman, he would have already fought with her in Heavenly Wolf Valley. Elder Qi thinks so highly of him? Tang Sheng raised his brows. According to seniority, Qi Gui was his junior. Tang Sheng and the Ahan Temple Lord were from the same generation, but Qi Gui was from the Emperor realm and an elder of Ahan Temple. His future achievements would not be lower than Tang Sheng's. Tang Sheng didn't have the right to call him nephew, so he could only call him Elder Qi. Qi Gui shrugged and didn't answer Tang Sheng's question. Instead, he looked at Lan He and said, "Junior sister Lan thinks he will die?" Lan He shook her head. "I don't know. I hope he can survive." Qi Gui whistled frivolously as he looked at the battlefield with great interest and said with a grin, "Valley Master Tang, why don't we make a bet?" Tang Sheng's eyes flashed. "Bet on what?" Qi Gui grinned. "Of course it's a bet." He suddenly laughed and shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. There's no meaning." Tang Sheng asked curiously, "Elder Qi really thinks he can survive?" Although Qi Gui didn't finish his sentence, how could Tang Sheng not know what he wanted to say? It was nothing more than a bet on Yang Kai's life or death. Crimson Ghost nodded and said, "I believe in my own feelings." Tang Sheng asked, "Then why don't you bet?" He didn't ask this because Tang Sheng liked to gamble, but because he found it strange that Qi Gui's attitude changed so quickly. Qi Gui smiled. When an elephant fights with a group of lions, an ant can only watch. What qualifications do I have to bet on someone else's life or death? Wouldn't that be overestimating myself? As soon as he said this, Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, and even Lan He looked at him in surprise. Qi Gui was the strongest young master of Ahan Temple. Even in the entire Eastern Territory and Star Boundary, he was one of the few young talents. In the Eastern Territory, perhaps only Hyoji could suppress him, but Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul. There was no comparison at all. Such a talent would definitely think highly of himself and would never be willing to be inferior to others. But at this moment, he actually compared Yang Kai to an elephant and called himself an ant. If one didn't hear it with their own ears, no one would believe it. If he was an ant, then what were all the living beings in Star Boundary? Dust? Qi Gui's red eyes narrowed slightly as he said lightly, "Does Valley Master Tang think I think too highly of him?" Tang Sheng came back to his senses and said with a slight smile, "Elder Qi is too modest." Modest? Qi Gui muttered to himself. Perhaps he was being modest, but this feeling couldn't be wrong. When Yang Kai asked him how he should choose, he felt that if he really fought with Yang Kai, he would definitely die. He feared his end would not be any better than the other five. And after seeing him fight, this feeling became even stronger, almost to the point of believing him. Tang Sheng said in shock, "Elder Qi means to say that the two great forces will be in trouble today?" Qi Gui smiled and said, "I didn't say that. I just said that Guy will live." He had followed Fu Bo and Su Changfeng all the way here and faintly felt that something was not quite right, as if the two great forces weren't just showing their strength on the surface. But he also couldn't figure it out. The two great forces had already given Yang Kai a lot of face by going all out to deal with him. So how could they still have hidden their strength? Even if Yang Kai could escape today, his end would not be good. Both sides would suffer losses. This was Qi Gui's judgment, but he didn't say it out loud. Tang Sheng said lightly, "Then let's see if Elder Qi's judgment is correct." This Tang still feels that his chances of survival are slim. Although there was no bet, both of them had already expressed their views. As for Yang Kai's life or death, they could only verify it with their own eyes. While these people were talking, Yang Kai was standing proudly on the mountains and river's bell, looking down at them disdainfully, yet no one dared to step forward to accept their death. This scene was truly shocking. Seeing them not move, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "Since everyone is so reserved, this king will not decline." Turning his gaze towards the Netherworld sect, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. Being stared at, Fu Bo felt a chill run down his spine and shouted, "Release the banners." More than a dozen Netherworld sect cultivators from the Emperor realm summoned their artifacts, all of which were 10,000 soul banners and Bloodsea banners. Chapter 3306. In an instant, The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves filled the air. When the sky darkened, a blood-red light blossomed and transformed the vast space into a boundless blood sea. The blood water churned, and the stench of blood soared into the sky. Inside this blood sea, one monster after another floated up and down while serene soul phantoms shuttled back and forth in the air. The soul-sucking sound was so powerful that anyone who heard it would feel dizzy. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm joined forces to summon their 10,000 soul banner and blood sea banner, creating a spectacular scene. The endless blood sea isolated a separate space between the heavens and earth, and inside this space, Yongkai was bound to be restrained while the Netherworld sect cultivators were like fish in water. Even if Yongkai had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to survive. Lanhe's heart was already in her throat. Looking around, the sky was blood-red and Yongkai's figure had long disappeared. Even his aura could not be detected. When the blood sea took shape, Su Changfeng waved his hand indifferently, and the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm from Brahma Holy Land also quietly disappeared into the blood sea. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly kill Yongkai. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the cultivators from Brahma Holy Land to enter this blood sea at will. This blood sea was a divine technique used by the Netherworld sect cultivators, so if they entered, they would inevitably be restrained. But since they had joined forces to deal with the enemy, there was no need to worry too much. The Netherworld sect cultivators would naturally create all kinds of opportunities for them to attack. Suddenly, the balance of victory and defeat tilted. This time, however, was completely different from the previous test. Although there were 5 people from the Emperor realm before, that was only 5 people. Now, there were 20 to 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm, many of whom were second-order emperors. Watching from a distance, Lanhe clenched her fists and pursed her red lips, her worry evident in her words. Qigui, on the other hand, was excited. If he could win this battle like Yongkai, he would have no regrets even if he died. But he also knew that if he was really dealt with by 2 great forces, there was absolutely no chance of survival. An angry roar suddenly rang out from the blood sea, shaking the world, demons and monsters. How dare you offend this king? Break for me. A bell rang, and the will to suppress heaven and earth swept out in all directions. The boundless blood sea surged up with monstrous waves and quickly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. A red mist appeared in the sky. Obviously, the blood sea, and the mountains and rivers bell rang 9 times in a row, each more majestic and urgent than the previous one. With the blood sea as the origin, the sound waves turned into a force visible to the naked eye and spread in all directions. Tang Sheng, Qin Xiuying, and Qi Gui all paled. They hurriedly used their secret arts to protect themselves, but they still felt dizzy and their eardrums vibrated. Even the Emperor Qi they maintained on the surface of their bodies rippled. All of them showed a horrified expression, their eyes filled with horror. They had long heard that the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure that could only be found by chance and not by searching for it. It was not until today that they realized the rumors were true. No wonder the great emperors of the Yuan furnace could use it to break through their shackles and achieve supreme bodies. The origin of this treasure is unknown, but the power it can exert is not comparable to an ordinary emperor artifact. If one's mind was affected by the mountains and rivers bell when fighting against an enemy with such a treasure, one's head would be separated from his body in the next moment. When the bell stopped ringing, the echoes were still spreading, as if they would linger for 3 days. The blood sea, which originally seemed to be a world of its own and was impregnable, was now fragmented. It was unknown how much of the crimson blood had evaporated, and even the blood-red color of the sea had dimmed a little. Muffled groans rang out as several ghostly figures staggered out from the blood sea. Their faces were pale as they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. These people were obviously from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, and were also the masters of the blood sea banners. The blood sea banners were based on blood, so Yongkai breaking the blood sea banners with one move naturally caused them to suffer a certain degree of backlash. The expressions on these people's faces were very interesting, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never thought that the shocking means they had worked together to arrange would be so easily broken by Yang Kai, causing them to be injured as well. And without the advantage they had created, the remaining people could no longer hide themselves. Figures emerged from the thin blood, sea one after another. Some were from the Netherworld sect, but even more were from the Brahma Holy Land. They had unknowingly surrounded Yang Kai, obviously looking for an opportunity to attack. But at this moment, these people did not seem to be in a good situation. All of them were swaying, and their expressions were changing. Although they did not suffer any backlash because of the destruction of the Blood Sea, the 9 rings of the mountains and rivers Bell were not so easy to bear. Even Tang Shang and the others, who were more than a dozen kilometers away and were not deliberately targeted, were shocked. Their ears were ringing, and their eyes were spinning, let alone them who were so close. So at this moment, an incomparably funny scene appeared. Nearly 20 people had gathered around Yang Kai, but all of them were swaying as if they were drunk, their faces pale as they struggled to maintain their stability. The moment their figures appeared, Yang Kai's sharp eyes swept over them like blades. "Not good," Su Changfeng exclaimed and shouted. "Retreat." He cursed Fu Bo in his heart. What kind of bullshit secret technique did the Netherworld sect use? It couldn't even withstand a single blow, causing the originally perfect ambush to become the biggest flaw in their side. However, he also knew that it was not the Netherworld sect's secret technique that couldn't withstand a single blow. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining hands to summon the Blood Sea banner and create a boundless Blood Sea, even if he himself fell into it, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. It was Yang Kai's fault for having a heavenly treasure in his hands. The sound wave attack of the Great Bell seemed to be the nemesis of this Blood Sea, shattering it in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You can't retreat. You'll all die if you come." As the laws of space fluctuated, ink-black crescent, moon-shaped crescent blades shot out in all directions, slicing through the void, the shattered sea of blood, and into the bodies of the enemies. Although this world was sealed, preventing him from teleporting away, the space principles in this world were still under his control. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and as blood splattered, the people from the Emperor realm let out muffled groans and screams as if they had been struck by lightning. The Moonblade was simply indestructible. It didn't matter if one was a First-Order Emperor realm or a Second-Order Emperor realm master. Their protective Emperor Qi was like a piece of paper in front of the Moonblade, unable to withstand a single blow. The Moonblade left a crescent-shaped wound on the body of anyone who was struck. The wound was empty, and the flesh that should have been there had been swallowed up by the void. In the sky, the people from the Emperor realm fell down like dumplings. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm had died. Within a 300-meter radius around Yang Kai, there was no one left. Gudong. A clear gulping sound rang out. Tang Shang turned his head with difficulty and found that the sound was made by Qi Gue. At this moment, his Adam's apple was still moving. Qi Gue, who had always been lawless and arrogant in the Eastern Territory, now had his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to dig them out and throw them into the battlefield for a closer look. Tang Shang wanted to laugh, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't because more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm had died in front of him. Those were the Emperor realm's people, not a dozen pigs. Just like that, it was cut off like a withered stalk of straw. He understood Qi Gui's feelings because he felt the same. Looking at Qian Xiuying on the side, she was also filled with shock, and trembling. When he met Yang Kai before, Tang Shang thought that he was polite, elegant, and handsome. He knew when to advance and retreat, and knew when to stop. He was a good person. If it wasn't for this matter, he would be very happy to make friends with Yang Kai. But only now did he realize that he had completely misjudged him. This person slaughtered the Emperor realm like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. He didn't even blink. In other words, if he met and chatted with him, wouldn't it be like taking a trip to the gates of hell? Thinking of this, Tang Shang couldn't help but shiver. Who had killed more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm in one go? Tang Shang rummaged through his memories and found that in today's world, There was only one person like this. If he counted the 5 people who were killed by Yang Kai one by one, then in this short period of time, the number of people from the Emperor realm who had died at the hands of Yang Kai was almost 20. How many people had come from the 2 top sects? More than 30 people, and more than half of them had died. No matter whether the 2 sects won or lost, they had already lost because their losses were too great, so great that it was almost unbearable. The Emperor realm wasn't like cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even among the top sects, it wasn't easy to nurture someone from the Emperor realm. Now that they had died, Fu Bo and Su Changfeng should be very distressed, right? Glancing at the two, Tang Sheng found that they were indeed distressed, so distressed that they were about to bleed. Su Changfeng, who had always remained calm even if a mountain collapsed on his face, had a ferocious expression at this moment. Needless to say, Fu Bo's expression was even more ferocious. The way he gritted his teeth was as if he was drinking Yang Kai's blood, eating Yang Kai's meat, and gnawing on Yang Kai's bones. After this battle, the 2 top sects would likely suffer a disastrous decline, and it would take at least 500 years for them to recover their Yuan Qi. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng were obviously aware of this and were filled with bitterness. They had eaten a basket of Coptis chinensis. Originally, they had come here to seek revenge, but before their old grievances could be resolved, new enmity had been added, and so many people had died. Even if they could really get revenge, what could they do? The dead could not be brought back to life, and the losses of the 2 great forces could not be made up for. Massacring the Emperor realm on his own, and with a mere second-order Emperor realm cultivation, was he even human? Chapter 3307. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Those who were still alive from the Emperor realm fled from Yang Kai as if they were avoiding a ghost. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces, as if they had just narrowly escaped death. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to kill them all, but that he couldn't find their location. Although the Blood Sea was mostly destroyed by his mountains and rivers Bell, there were still some places he missed, and those who survived happened to be hiding in those places. Yang Kai ignored those people and turned his head to stare at Fu Bo with a sinister grin on his face. As their eyes met, Fu Bo, whose heart was dripping blood, felt his heart skip a beat as he sensed Yang Kai's malicious intent. A clear thought surfaced in his mind. He wants to kill me? He wants to kill me? Fu Bo couldn't believe it. He was the sect master of Netherworld Sect, a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, and a mere 2nd-order Emperor Realm Jr. wanted to kill him? At this moment, Fu Bo was so angry that he almost laughed. His vision blurred as he lost track of Yang Kai. He only vaguely grasped the trajectory of a figure rushing out of the Blood Sea and heading straight for him. Fu Bo's face turned cold as he raised his hand and summoned a large black flag. As the sect master of Netherworld Sect, he naturally had his own 10,000 soul flag. This flag was connected to his life and had been refined for more than 2,000 years, reaching the limit of an emperor artifact. It was also the means he relied on the most. Without any hesitation, the black flag wrapped around his body and merged with it, making his already gloomy aura even colder and more terrifying. At the same time, Fu Bo's figure also underwent a huge change. Originally, he was just an old man half a head shorter than an ordinary person, but at this moment, his body suddenly expanded, turning into a ferocious monster that was 15 meters tall. He had a blue face and fangs, and 2 terrifying short horns grew on his forehead. His hands also became dry and slender, and his nails were sharp and black. At a glance, it was obvious that they were highly poisonous. Ghost King's body, Tang Sheng exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes trembling. He didn't expect Fu Bo to be so cautious, using his trump card right from the start. But when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't that strange. The power Yang Kai displayed before was too terrifying, and it wasn't something a 2nd-order Emperor Realm Master should possess. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing such an enemy. Naturally, he would have to use his strongest strength to feel safe. The Ghost King's aura was terrifying, as if it had really come from the Yellow Springs. Even the breath it exhaled was eerie. An ordinary cultivator would die upon touching it, and the temperature of the world dropped. And at the same time that Fu Bo revealed his Ghost King body, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of him, the wide myriad sword in his hand raised high and slashed down with a loud bang. Fu Bo looked at him coldly, but he didn't try to dodge. He simply raised his hand to block. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere as the myriad sword was shaken. Yang Kai also felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb, revealing a look of surprise. He didn't use his full strength for this strike because the myriad sword couldn't bear it. After all, this was the Qin family's emperor artifact, and he had an agreement with Qin Chaoyang that he would return this sword when Qin Yu broke through to the emperor realm. If he really damaged this emperor artifact, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. But even if he didn't use his full strength, this strike of his was definitely not something an ordinary person could bear. Fu Bo, this old brat, was actually able to withstand it head-on, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Yang Kai couldn't help but re-evaluate this old man's monster form. Although he had dealt with many people from the Netherworld sect before, this was the first time he had seen a Ghost King body. So he didn't know that a Ghost King body was as strong as copper and iron as steel. After blocking this strike, Fu Bo didn't stop at all, his other hand forming an eagle's claw and reaching straight for Yang Kai's chest. This ghost claw was sharp and flashed with a deathly aura, obviously wanting to rip out Yang Kai's heart in one fell swoop. Even with his half-dragon body, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate the power of this strike and leisurely retreated. More than a dozen kilometers away, Lan He's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as she shouted, "Watch out behind you." In her line of sight, a figure suddenly appeared behind Kai Yang, who was dodging the ghost claw. That person's movements were so fast that even the spectators did not notice him in time. Only when he suddenly appeared did they become alert. It was none other than Brahma Holy Land's holy master, Su Changfeng. Su Changfeng held a pitch-black sword in his hand that didn't emit the slightest cold light as he silently stabbed forward. Although it didn't have the power of Fu Bo's attack, it was a real killing move. The two great emperors joined forces to attack, one from the front and one from the back, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. There were definitely not many people in the world who could avoid this attack. At the critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly shook his hand, and a figure strangely appeared behind him. It was a tall and short man with a humanoid appearance. His entire body seemed to be made of earth and stone, but he was covered in bone spurs, looking like a stone hedgehog, incomparably ferocious, and his body was emitting strange flames. Clang! With a light sound, Su Changfeng's pitch-black sword stabbed into the stone porcupine's body. The incomparably sharp blade that could cut through gold and jade didn't have any effect at all. Instead, it was firmly blocked. Su Changfeng's expression froze as he stared at the stone hedgehog in front of him. For a moment, he almost thought that he was dreaming. What was this? Where did this guy come from? This should have been a killing move, but it was actually blocked by this strange thing. The embodiment lowered his head and looked at the long sword that was stabbed into his chest, then raised his head and looked at Su Changfeng. His tough face revealed an unfathomable evil grin. Su Changfeng was shocked. This guy was actually alive? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he felt a monstrous evil aura rushing towards him. The embodiment stepped forward and blocked Su Changfeng's pitch-black sword, forcing him to retreat again and again. Holy Spirit! Su Changfeng cried out involuntarily. He actually felt the aura of the Holy Spirit from this stone hedgehog. Looking at its appearance and image, and comparing it with his own knowledge, an uncontrollable thought emerged. Stone fire. The Holy Spirit stone fire that had once destroyed the top sect in the Eastern Territory, the Black Tortoise sect. How could it be here? How did it appear? Wasn't it said that it was in the savage wilderness ancient land? Questions popped up one after another, but Su Changfeng couldn't find the answers. He only knew that he was in big trouble. Although he was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he was still inferior to a Holy Spirit. In the savage wilderness, several Holy Spirits called themselves Saint Sovereigns, and under them were 32 Monster Kings. Su Changfeng thought that he was only equivalent to a Monster King. Even the Monster King was a subordinate of these Holy Spirits, so how could he be a match for them? Could today's matter be a trap? If not, why would the Holy Spirit stone fire suddenly appear and attack him? But this didn't make sense at all. The holy spirits of the savage wilderness had been dormant for many years and had never had any disputes with the great forces of the Eastern Territory. This was because there were several great emperors in the Eastern Territory. It was fine if they hid in the savage wilderness, but if they dared to come out and stir up trouble, it would be tantamount to suicide. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, and Su Chongfeng's soul almost left his body. He quickly retreated and pulled away from the embodiment in an instant. The embodiment didn't chase after him and only shook its head for a while. The bone spikes all over its body burned with a terrifying light as it stared coldly at Su Chongfeng. Its expression was as if it was looking at death, and Su Chongfeng had the urge to immediately escape. More than 10 miles away, Tang Shang and the others were also stunned by this unforeseen event. Originally, Tang Shang was startled by Lan He's loud warning. After all, this might offend Su Chongfeng. Once Su Chongfeng and Fu Bo joined forces to kill Yang Kai, Heavenly Wolf Valley would be in danger. It was reasonable for him to refuse to let Su Chongfeng use Heavenly Wolf Valley as a battlefield, but allowing his disciple to warn the enemy was unforgivable. However, since Lan He had already shouted, what else could he do? Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw the embodiment appear in a flash. Then, Su Chongfeng avoided it as if it was a snake or a scorpion. The series of unforeseen events really made people unable to wrap their heads around it. Valley Master Tang, did you see how this guy appeared? Chi Gui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at the other side without blinking and asked subconsciously. Tang Shang said, I didn't see it clearly. He only knew that the Holy Spirit stone fire appeared when Yang Kai waved his hand. He faintly guessed that it was related to the space divine technique that Yang Kai controlled. Perhaps he used a secret technique to teleport the stone fire over. However, wasn't it said that this world was already isolated? How was teleportation done? Not only did he have such doubts, but Su Chongfeng also had the same doubts. If that was really the case, then what was the point of fighting? Since Yang Kai could teleport, it meant that he was in an invincible position. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Would he lose? Su Chongfeng's gaze looked past the embodiment blocking the way to Fu Bo's side. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This was because in this short moment, the Ghost King that Fu Bo had transformed into was actually being suppressed by Yang Kai to the point that he couldn't do anything. Although the Ghost King's body was incomparably tough and powerful, there was still a limit after all. Yang Kai's half-dragon body was even stronger than him. With his greatest strength suppressed, how could Fu Bo make any waves? The myriad swords stabbed, hacked, and slashed, hitting Fu Bo's body with clanging sounds. Although there wasn't any substantial damage, his current state was really too embarrassing. Yang Kai kept attacking, not giving him a chance to catch his breath at all. He sneered, I don't know why, but the one surnamed Fu and I were born to be enemies, and we never had a good ending. He was naturally referring to the dragon race on the Dragon Island. If it was a competition of strength, there were many people who were stronger than him on the Dragon Island. Unfortunately, the dragon race was severely restricted by the bloodline. Yang Kai had the power of the Golden Divine Dragon's origin, so he had a great advantage when fighting against the dragon race. Even the Great Elder and Second Elder of the dragon race might not be able to do anything to him even if they tried their best. This was also why he dared to go to the Dragon Island again. If he didn't have this backing, he wouldn't have courted his own death. Today, you will die, and the Netherworld sect will also be destroyed. Yang Kai's attacks were ruthless, and his mouth was also poisonous. With just a few words, Fu Bo's eyes were already red. He couldn't help but roar, You destroyed the foundation of my Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star. Today, either you die or I die. Chapter 3308. After Yin Lisheng was killed by Yang Kai, Fu Bo didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai because of the divine spirit Luan Feng. But after learning that the foundation of Great Desolate Star's territory had been destroyed, Fu Bo couldn't bear it anymore. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. You actually know about Great Desolate Star's territory. A light flashed in his mind as he vaguely understood. No wonder the Netherworld sect dared to jump out and become enemies with me this time. So this is the reason. Fu Bo knew that he had misspoken, so he immediately shut his mouth. The Ghost King's aura became even more violent, and his confidence, which had been shaken, rose again. Previously, he had been suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe, but now, he could see that although Yang Kai's movements were fast and nimble, there was nothing he could do to him. The Ghost King physique was extremely strong, so how could a second-order Emperor Realm cultivator easily break through it? With this, he was in an invincible position. Seeing Yang Kai thrust his sword again, Fu Bo coldly snorted and didn't dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hand to grab the wide sword, grabbed it, and pulled it hard. When a huge force came through, Yang Kai's face showed a trace of surprise as he was dragged towards Fu Bo. Boy, die. Fu Bo laughed sinisterly as his sharp ghost claw swooped down towards Yang Kai's head, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai's head being crushed. But just as his plot was about to succeed, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly welled up in his heart. Looking over, he saw Yang Kai, who should have been panicking, actually show a meaningful smile as he jabbed his other hand towards Fu Bo's palm like lightning. Faintly, Fu Bo seemed to feel that Kai Yang's aura had undergone a huge change. A mysterious and profound aura was being emitted. He even saw traces of scales suddenly appearing on Kai Yang's exposed skin. These scales were similar to snake scales, but they were even more profound and unfathomable. Just as he was wondering, Fu Bo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Fu Bo was shocked and quickly withdrew his hand. At the same time, he threw away the myriad sword and retreated. Looking down, Fu Bo's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Several bloody holes had appeared on his hard ghost claw, and blood was gushing out from them. "I'm injured?" Fu Bo couldn't believe his eyes. He knew better than anyone how strong his Ghost King physique was, so how could he be injured? And looking at the wound, it was obviously caused by Yang Kai's finger. How did he do it? Fu Bo looked up at Yang Kai in a daze, wanting to see what kind of trick Yang Kai had just used. But when he looked over, his eyes narrowed again because Yang Kai's physique had also undergone a huge change. 2 horns grew on his head, and he was 3 feet tall. His face, neck, and even his exposed skin were covered with a layer of golden scales. His hands had turned into claws, and the claws were sharp and gleaming with a cold light. No matter how he looked at it, it was somewhat similar to his Ghost King physique. However, one person's aura was eerie, while the other's aura was vast and mighty. The 2 auras collided in the void, forming a stark contrast. Fu Bo's heart jumped as he seriously examined Yang Kai's new appearance. A thought that made him tremble appeared in his mind. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, You. Yang Kai had already put away the myriad sword and shook the blood off his right hand. He looked at him calmly and said, "What a coincidence. You can transform, and so can I. I just don't know who is stronger." Fu Bo's heart sank. He didn't want to believe his guess, but what he saw proved that it was true. That is, on the other side, Qi Gui was also inexplicably shocked. Tang Sheng, Qin Xiuying, and Lan He were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect the situation to change like this. Although Yang Kai originally had the upper hand, using his speed and agility to suppress Fu Bo, everyone knew that this situation wouldn't last long. No matter how fast he was, what could he do? He couldn't hurt the enemy, and he would only consume his own strength. However, if Fu Bo had the opportunity, he would only need one attack to severely injure Yang Kai. The Ghost King physique's attack was not easy to withstand. Originally, he was still a little worried, but the situation had changed in a flash. Dragon bloodline? Qi Gui felt a chill run down his spine. That Yang Kai actually had a dragon bloodline? Didn't this mean that he was a half-dragon, a descendant of the dragon race? This was an incredible bloodline. Even if a person with a dragon bloodline didn't have a pure bloodline, their future was limitless. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, and he also had the Mountains and Rivers Bell. With all these trump cards, anyone who obtained them would have a great opportunity, but now they were all concentrated on one person. Even a proud son of heaven like Qi Gui couldn't help but feel jealous at this moment. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens, giving him so many benefits. Thinking back to how he had recklessly challenged Yang Kai to a duel, Qi Gui rejoiced that he had retreated in the nick of time. From the methods Yang Kai had displayed time and time again, if he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to use a second move, bastard. Fu Bo cursed. The expression on his face was as if he had eaten a dead fly. He wasn't cursing Yang Kai, but the person who provided him with the information. The other party didn't say that Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline. If he had known this, how could Fu Bo have come to find trouble with him? Although he didn't know how many generations Yang Kai's dragon bloodline had been passed down for, since it was related to the dragon race, Netherworld sect definitely didn't dare to provoke him casually. Who knew if they would provoke the behemoth Dragon Island? If Dragon Island really came, even 10 Netherworld sects wouldn't be enough to kill them. He understood that the person who provided the information must have known about Yang Kai's ability because that person had once fought him on the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined forces with Brahma Holy Land to attack him. But now, it seemed that this wasn't a wise move. The result of using all of their forces was heavy losses. Even if they used their trump cards, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. The Ghost King's physique was indeed amazing. His physical body was strong, and his strength was extraordinary, but it also depended on what it corresponded to. If he were to face a dragon bloodline, for a half-dragon with an impure bloodline, a 3-zhang dragon body was already an extremely amazing bloodline awakening. At this moment, Fu Bo actually had the urge to turn around and run away. If he knew that Yang Kai's limit was a 3-zhang dragon body, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to face him. In a trance, Yang Kai took the initiative to attack. Fu Bo didn't even see how he moved. He only felt a strong wind blowing in his face. When he looked up, Yang Kai had already stretched out his dragon claws towards him. Fu Bo was shocked and instinctively raised his hand to defend. As his claws crossed, Fu Bo cried out in pain. A few bloody holes appeared on his huge ghost claws, and blood flowed freely. This wasn't over yet. Yang Kai had already rushed forward, clawing, kicking, and punching. He completely abandoned the fighting style of the Emperor realm and fought purely with his physical body. The Ghost King roared and spat out dark green ghost chi from his mouth. His flesh and blood also rose up high as he resisted with all his might. Boom, boom. As the sounds of explosions rang out, 2 huge figures tumbled about on the plains. They were so fast that no one could see them clearly. It was as if 2 streams of light were chasing after each other. They flickered and blood splattered into the air. In a flash, the 2 figures suddenly separated. Yang Kai's 3-zhang dragon body stood proudly in the air and looked down coldly. Dozens of zhang away, Fu Bo's Ghost King body was panting heavily. Countless bloody holes covered his body, and his 5-zhang body was almost dyed in blood. Coupled with his ferocious appearance, he looked terrifying and hideous. Even Fu Bo's right arm was limp and powerless at this moment, as if it had no bones. Clearly, it had been broken. The Ghost King body, which was known to be incomparably tough and powerful, was beaten to such a state in hand-to-hand combat. No one would have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. However, the culprit behind all this was a half-dragon with the bloodline of the dragon race. This made the people watching from afar feel that it was only natural. Elder Qi's vision is really sharp. This Tang admires you. Tang Shang sighed. When Qi Gui said that he thought Yang Kai could survive, he didn't quite believe it. After all, so many people from the Emperor realm had come from the 2 great forces. Forget about Yang Kai, who was just a 2nd-order rising star. Even if he was a veteran 3rd order, he would have no chance of surviving. However, the development of the battle wasn't determined by the number of people. Yang Kai's various incredible means and reliance allowed him to wipe out most of the Emperor realm forces from the 2 great forces in a very short period of time. Those who were still alive quickly fled, with no one daring to face him head-on. Su Changfeng's sneak attack was wonderful, but the Divine Spirit Stone Fire was enough to make him retreat without success. Coupled with his half-dragon body against Fu Bo's Ghost King body, he had an overwhelming advantage. Fu Bo probably didn't have any hope of winning this time. It was unknown whether he could leave this place alive, but what about Su Changfeng? Tang Shang turned his head and glanced at Su Changfeng with a confused look in his eyes, because Su Changfeng's situation was similar to Fu Bo's. A 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master was indeed powerful, But how could a divine spirit stone fire be so easy to deal with? This fellow was a terrifying existence that had annihilated a black tortoise ancestor in the past, and had been famous for so many years. Su Chongfeng was simply suffering from 8 lifetimes of bad luck to face it. From the beginning to the end, he had not made a single attack, and the pitch-black longsword in his hand was all defensive moves. Even so, he was still beaten to the point of being surrounded by danger, and was battered and exhausted. There was no longer any trace of his previous elegant demeanor, and his hair was disheveled. Tang Sheng suddenly had a very unreal feeling in his heart. Before the battle began, he thought that Yang Kai would die without a doubt, but the changes that followed really caught him off guard. Now, he felt that Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng were dead for sure. Suddenly, he remembered Shi's question. If he survives, will you regret it? Would he regret it? Of course he would. Tang Sheng's heart was filled with bitterness at this moment. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would have improved his relationship with Yang Kai and personally brought him to the Eastern Sea to search for traces of Spirit Beast Island. Chapter 3309. But he also knew that there were some things in this world that were already lost, and regret was useless. He had already told Yang Kai that the Spirit Beast Island token was fabricated by him, so if he gave another excuse now, wouldn't that be the same as slapping his own face? Tang Sheng wasn't so thick-skinned. However, Yang Kai really admired Qi Gui's vision. In terms of cultivation, Qi Gui was a first-order cultivator while Yang Kai was a second-order cultivator. In terms of age and experience, Qi Gui couldn't compare with Yang Kai at all. But before the battle, Qi Gui had already determined that Yang Kai would survive. What did this mean? This meant that Qi Gui's intuition was much sharper than his own. Perhaps this was the biggest gap between him and these up-and-coming youngsters. With such foresight, these rising stars were destined to surpass him one day in the future. Qi Gui said lightly, "It's too early to say that." There was no sign of his prediction coming true on his face. Instead, his expression became more and more dignified as his eyes shuttled back and forth, as if he was looking for something. Tang Sheng frowned when he heard this, not knowing what he meant. In today's battle, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that Yang Kai would win without a doubt. Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng being able to escape with their lives was already a stroke of luck. Could there be some kind of accident? Tang Sheng glanced at the 7 or 8 Emperor Realm Masters from the 2 great forces who managed to survive and slowly shook his head. These people saw that their sect master and holy master had fallen into a bitter battle and didn't even have the courage to support them, their faces filled with panic. Obviously, they had been frightened by Yang Kai's previous slaughter. Once Yang Kai dealt with Fu Bo, or Shihua dealt with Su Chongfeng, these people would immediately scatter. Qi Gui, what is he trying to say? Tang Sheng was confused. Just as these words were exchanged, the battlefield changed again. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged as he pointed his finger. The mountains and rivers bell that had been spinning in midair suddenly turned into a beam of light and fell towards Fu Bo. A world-suppressing aura suddenly filled the air. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Fu Bo, since you chose to take the lead, this king will fulfill your wish today. Prepare to die. Fu Bo turned pale with fright. The Ghost King's body flickered as he tried to avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell. But no matter how he changed his body shape or cast spells to stop it, he couldn't stop the mountains and rivers bell for even a moment. This prehistoric exotic treasure was like a maggot in one's bones. The aura that suppressed all things in the world was firmly locked onto him, as if he couldn't escape even if he fled to the ends of the earth. I'll die. I'll definitely dies. If he was at his peak, Fu Bo might have been able to find a way out, but after fighting with Yang Kai, he had suffered many injuries, so how could he have the strength to resist the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell? Yang Kai was Yang Kai's Yang Kai, Yang Kai's, Hiz's, Yang's Yang Bell. These words came out of nowhere, and apart from Yang Kai, who was mentally prepared, Tang Sheng and the others all showed surprised expressions. But as soon as these words left his mouth, a strange figure suddenly appeared from the void and threw a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the world trembled and world principles fluctuated as a gigantic fist wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura, appeared in front of Yang Kai. This sudden turn of events shocked Tang Sheng and the others. Sure enough, there was an ambush. Qi Gui gritted his teeth and shouted. When he was acting together with the people from the two great forces, he felt that those people weren't using their full strength. The two great forces seemed to be hiding something, but because his cultivation was not high enough, he could only vaguely sense it. Now that he saw this situation, how could he not understand that his senses were right? The two great forces did not have their full strength on the surface, and there were still masters hiding in the dark. And judging from the traces of this person's attack, this person was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. It could even be said that this person's strength was superior to Fu Bo and Su Chongfeng's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been considered a hidden trump card. This punch was too unexpected. Yang Kai was concentrating on activating the mountains and rivers bell to deal with Fu Bo, so he was caught off guard. The outcome was almost predictable. The blood drained from Lan He's face in an instant, and even Qi Gui couldn't bear to watch. The half-dragon body was indeed powerful, even stronger than Fu Bo's Ghost King body, but a third-order Emperor Realm Master hiding in the dark and observing for so long naturally had the confidence to succeed. Qi Gui's face was filled with disdain. Although he loved to battle and was bloodthirsty by nature, he still had a bottom line. The people he challenged were all existences with higher cultivation than him in order to temper his heart of martial arts. Originally, the fact that the two great forces sent so many people to deal with Yang Kai, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was already suspicious of them bullying the weak with numbers. But now, there was even a third-order Emperor Realm Master hiding in the dark. The word despicable could not even begin to describe it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the huge fist landed directly on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was focused on dealing with Fu Bo, didn't have time to react. When the shockwave exploded, the space where Yang Kai was standing trembled. Yang Kai seemed to have turned into nothingness, as if he had been smashed to pieces by this punch. Seeing this scene, Lan He's body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Dead? How could he be dead? He hasn't repaid his life-saving grace, so how could he die like this? Fu Bo, who was originally in a sorry state, couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this king's foot-washing water. Boy, this is the result of daring to make an enemy of this king. After saying this, before he had time to feel proud, he suddenly frowned and looked up at the mountains and rivers bell. The mountains and rivers bell's momentum was still there, and it was still falling straight down on his head. The suppressive force of the bell suddenly enveloped him, making it difficult for Fu Bo's 50-meter Ghost King body to move. He exclaimed, "What's going on? Yang Kai has already been killed, so why is this ancient exotic treasure still suppressing me?" He was terrified and regretful. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being blasted into nothingness by a single punch, he was a little careless and didn't continue to break free from the mountains and rivers bell. This moment of hesitation made it impossible for him to escape. He barely managed to move his body, but before he could leave, the mountains and rivers bell had already slammed down, directly suppressing him on the spot. It wasn't until this moment that the person who came shouted, "Be careful," but it was too late, and he could only watch as Fu Bo's figure was blocked by the mountains and rivers bell. Fu Bo's wailing and howling immediately came from the bell, and the mountains and rivers bell clanged, but it soon fell silent. The sound of the mountains and rivers bell had the effect of suppressing and disrupting one's divine sense. Fu Bo was suppressed by it, so if he tried to struggle, he would only be at a disadvantage. Thus, after struggling for a while, he didn't dare to make any more moves, fully hoping that someone would come and rescue him. Flowing time, great emperor's wilting glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. A murmur sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Yang Kai, who should have been blasted into nothingness, reappeared in his original place, unscathed. His two dragon claws formed an extremely mysterious seal, and with an indifferent expression on his face, he pushed forward with his palm. Flowing time, great emperors like a shuttle seal. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and by the time the person who came felt that something was wrong, the palm had already arrived in front of him. The person turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that this move was no small matter. So he hurriedly used all of his techniques, causing a bloody mist to erupt from his body, and met the palm head-on, while he turned into a streak of bloody light and quickly retreated. The flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal passed through the bloody mist, and without the slightest resistance, it landed on the person who came. The person's body trembled from the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the erosion of the principles of time, he instantly aged several decades, and even a few strands of yin-si appeared on his black hair. Flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal. The flowing time great emperor's divine technique. Qi Gui's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Tang Shang's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. Elder Qi, are you sure this is the divine technique of the flowing time great emperors? Qi Gui turned to look at him and said in horror, Valley Master Tang is older than me. Haven't you heard of this divine technique before? Tang Shang said with embarrassment, I have heard of it, but the flowing time great emperors have already fallen. So how did he learn this divine technique? Qi Gui said, I am just a junior. How would I know this? When Tang Shang heard this, he thought that it made sense, even he didn't know. So how could Qi Gui know? He was really shocked, and his mind was a bit confused. The flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal. This was a divine technique that involved the laws of time, and Yang Kai actually knew it? If it was just the name, it would be fine, but the current state of the person who saw it was clearly a lot older in an instant. This was definitely due to the erosion of the true principles of time. In other words, the flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal was real. The laws of time and the laws of space, two profound laws gathered in one person. This was simply heaven-defying. If the laws of space were said to be difficult to learn and even more difficult to cultivate, but since ancient times, there were still some capable people who were proficient in this Tao, such as Li Wuyi of Spirit Beast Island who was proficient in the laws of space. However, the laws of time were more difficult to learn than the laws of space. Looking at the long river of history, only the flowing time great emperors were famous for the laws of time. Some people even speculated that if the flowing time great emperors hadn't fallen early, he would definitely have the qualifications to compete with the heaven-devouring great emperors, Wukong. However, what made Tang Shang feel strange at this moment was, who was this master who had suddenly appeared? After carefully probing the other party, Yang Kai confirmed that he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but his appearance was extremely unfamiliar, completely different from the Emperor Realm Master he knew. This guy seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving no trace behind. On the contrary, Yang Kai was able to beat the other party at his own game, catching him off guard, as if he had expected this. Wu Hong, this king has been waiting for you for a long time. On the other side, Yang Kai didn't follow up with another attack, instead looking at the newcomer with a mocking expression. Chapter 33:10 Skywolf Valley. A stream of light streaked across the horizon like a meteor. Those with powerful eyesight would be able to clearly see the true appearance of this stream of light. Shockingly, it was a hale and hearty, elderly man with a ruddy complexion. At this very moment, this elderly man seemed to be avoiding something as he flew forward without stopping for a moment. His mouth was muttering curses while his face was filled with resentment. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. His face revealed a bewildered expression. Could this aura be? It can't be. Right at this moment, not far from the direction he was flying in, space fluctuated and rippled. The undamaged space seemed to show signs of being torn apart by a great force as a tiny crack suddenly appeared. The elderly man's gaze turned cold as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Stinking brat, you sure are fast. Chasing this grandfather so closely is really asking for my life. He knew that with the opponent's ability, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter how good his methods were. His eyes suddenly turned as he thought of a wonderful idea. His figure turned and sped towards the direction he was looking at just now. Shockingly, that direction was where the Skywolf Valley was located. After 3 breaths, that tiny crack in space suddenly expanded as 2 figures leisurely walked out from the crack. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary, while the woman had picturesque features. When the two of them stood together, they truly looked like celestial beings. After a brief investigation, the man sighed. He got away again. The woman gritted her teeth. That old thing sure runs fast. It's not like we want his life. Why are you so flustered? The man laughed in spite of himself. Although we don't want his life, we want to restrict his freedom. He naturally isn't willing. The woman glanced at him and sneered. You're still speaking up for him. Why? Do you want to let him go? The man shook his head. Even if I want to, I can't let go of the master's order. It's better to keep an eye on such a ferocious creature so as to avoid a day when its ferocious nature flares up and plunges lives into misery. He paused for a moment and smiled. It's fine if he stays in the Southern Territory. Who asked him to come to the Eastern Territory? Since he's in our master's eyes, then he'll stay on Spiritual Beast Island. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and chase him. If you don't chase him, he'll be far away. The woman urged impatiently. The man nodded slightly and stretched out his hand in front of him. Under the fluctuation of space law, a crack in space, two people walked in together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the crack slowly disappeared without a trace. Outside Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai used his Nihility secret technique to banish himself into the void at the most dangerous moment, avoiding a killing blow from his attacker. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he sent out a flowing time seal, causing his attacker to spit out blood. Only then did he look over in a calm and composed manner, mocking Wu Hong. This king has been waiting for you for a long time. The one who had attacked him in the dark was Wu Hong, whom he had dealt with not long ago in the Great Desolate Stars territory. This person was also the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory. Wu Heng's face was ugly. He urged his Emperor Qi to suppress the principles of time in his body. With blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, he said angrily, "How did you know this king was here?" Although the enmity between him and Yang Kai was not that of killing his father and stealing his wife, it was irreconcilable. After all, the territory of the Great Desolate Star he controlled had been annexed by Yang Kai for hundreds of millions of kilometers. Although this annexation did not damage the foundation of the Great Desolate Stars territory, it had a huge impact on his future. The integrity of the Great Desolate Stars territory was also a decisive factor on his martial Dao path. The loss of the Great Desolate Stars territory caused the Great Desolate Stars territory's origin to be somewhat unstable in his body, making it impossible for him to concentrate on cultivating. If this continued, although his strength would not fall, it would be impossible for him to take a step forward. Last time, the upper echelons of the Star Court intervened to resolve the matter, so he had to suffer in silence. He could only accept the territory that had been annexed by Yang Kai. However, the Star Court could intervene in the affairs of the Great Desolate Stars territory, but if he wanted to take revenge in the Star Boundary, that woman could not intervene, right? As long as he could kill Yang Kai, he could regain control of the Great Desolate Stars territory that had been annexed. He could even devour the Hongluo star field and complete his previous grand plan. Since he was the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory's territory, he naturally had some connections with the Netherworld sect. After that incident, he returned to the Star Boundary after a slight adjustment. He found Fu Bo and asked him to keep an eye out for Yang Kai's whereabouts. He did not expect that the heavens would favor him so much. Yang Kai, who was supposed to be in the Southern Territory, had actually arrived in the Eastern Territory so quickly. The Heaven Chi Castle had sent a message to the Netherworld sect, and the Netherworld sect had immediately informed Wu Hong. That was why he had made such a move. However, what Wu Hong could not understand was that Yang Kai seemed to have anticipated his appearance. Yang Kai chuckled. Fu Bo knew about the Great Desolate Stars territory because you told him. Since you have such a connection, I would be an idiot if I didn't know that you were lying in wait in the dark. It could even be said that this matter was secretly pushed by you. If it was not so, why would Fu Bo, who had swallowed his anger in the past, make waves with him again? So that's how it is. Wu Hong turned his head and glanced at the mountains and rivers Bell. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the mountains and rivers Bell and see Fu Bo. His face was full of resentment. He did not expect that just because of Fu Bo's unintentional words, this man had guessed something. In this way, He had suffered such a big loss because of Fu Bo, this bastard. Wu Hong cursed angrily in his heart. Yang Kai's face turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Those surnamed Fu will not have a good end if they fight against me, and the same goes for those surnamed Wu. Wu Hong, last time you escaped with your life, so you should cherish it. This time, you dare to make trouble for me again. Do you really think I can't kill you?" With this angry shout, killing intent enveloped Wu Hong. Wu Heng's face turned livid, and he snorted coldly. You? You are not qualified." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "You are full of confidence. It seems that not only you, Wu Hong, but that person also came, right?" As soon as this remark came out, Wu Heng's face changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai sneered. "What nonsense am I talking about?" Sweeping his gaze across the void, Yang Kai fixed his gaze on a certain spot. "Song Imo, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Or do you think this king can't see you? There is still someone hiding in the dark?" Tang Shang, Qin Xiuying, Qi Gue, and the others were all confused. Originally, when they saw Wu Hong suddenly appear in the field, they were already surprised enough because none of them had heard of Wu Heng's name, nor did they know where he came from. However, this didn't make sense. After all, it was impossible for a third-order Emperor Realm Master to appear out of nowhere. Cultivators with such cultivation were all famous figures, but the name Wu Hong was simply too unfamiliar, to the point that no one present had ever heard of him before. If that was all, it would have been fine, but after Wu Hong appeared, Yang Kai actually called out Song Mo's name, his eyes fixed on a certain spot in the void, as if he was certain that a master was hiding there. As for this guy named Song Mo, although they didn't know whether he existed or not, Tang Shang and the others had a strange feeling that he was stronger than Wu Hong. The one who appeared last was always the most powerful. Wu Hong, Fu Bo, and Su Chongfeng were all third-order emperors, so what was Song Mo's cultivation? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Tang Shang and Qi Gue exchanged a glance and saw the horror in each other's eyes. There really is someone else. Lan He suddenly reached out her hand to cover her red lips. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at the void. Over there, as the space rippled, a figure appeared like a ghost. He wore a scarlet gold crown and a deep purple cloak. His hands were behind his back as he looked down indifferently from a high and mighty deity overlooking all living beings. That gaze made one feel uncomfortable. In his eyes, she was like an ant. Lan He's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't reveal his cultivation level, and no one could even tell what his cultivation level was. However, anyone who saw him could tell that he was stronger than everyone present. A fake emperor. Tang Shang cried out in alarm, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Qi Gue also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded subconsciously. Lan He turned to look at her master. Fake emperor? What does that mean? It was the first time she had heard such a title. Although she was also from the Emperor realm, she was only a first-order cultivator. She didn't have much contact with things and people, so the secrets she knew were limited. Tang Shang and Qi Gue were focused on Song Mo and didn't hear her question at all, so they naturally ignored her. On the other hand, Qin Xiuying sighed and sent a message. Xiao He, there is a kind of person in this world who is stronger than a third-order emperor, but weaker than the great emperors. They are powerful and only half a step away from the great emperors. Such people are called fake emperors, fake great emperors. Against them, as long as the great emperors of the human race don't appear, they can be said to be invincible. Lan He was surprised. There are such people? This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Qin Xiuying nodded. There are, and there are many of them. For example, the masterly Wui you have heard of is one of the fake emperors, and the strongest one at that. Lan He looked like she had learned something, but soon curiously asked, since there are so many of them, why haven't I heard of the others before? Qin Xiuying said, at their level of strength, there is no way for them to grow any further, unless they fight for the position of great emperors. Most of them are focused on cultivation to prepare for that day, so why would they show themselves so easily? However, there are always exceptions. Isn't Master Li Wu an exception? Lan He nodded, indicating that she understood. but suddenly said angrily, "But this is too much of a bully." To deal with a mere second-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, the two top forces of the Eastern Territory had mobilized all their forces, but they had only themselves to blame for being killed by Yang Kai. Then, Wu Hong appeared and launched a sneak attack, shameless to the extreme. Now, there was even a fake emperor hiding in the shadows. If Yang Kai hadn't pointed it out, that person would have continued to hide. Who knows when he would secretly make a move? With the appearance of a fake emperor and the absence of the great emperors, who could contend against him? Wasn't this blatant bullying? Lan He stood in Yang Kai's position and felt extremely aggrieved. Her beautiful eyes swept across Wu Hong and Song Mo's faces, feeling that one was more repulsive than the other, shameless to the extreme. Chapter 33:11. If possible, Lan He would do anything to help Yang Kai. Even if it was just a small effort, it would be better than watching from the sidelines. However, she also knew that now that a powerful existence like the fake emperor had appeared, even the top three forces in the Eastern Territory would not dare to offend him, let alone a mere heavenly Wolf Valley. If she really offended them, the consequences were not something she could bear. For a moment, her heart was filled with bitterness. For the first time, she had a strong desire for power. If she was strong enough, she would not be standing here and watching the show. If she was strong enough, she could repay Yang Kai for saving her life. Unfortunately, she was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Back then, when she was lucky enough to break through, Lan He felt that she was one of the few masters in the world. She even felt complacent for a long time, but it was only today that she understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than her. Above the first-order Emperor Realm, there were second-order, third-order, fake emperors, and above fake emperors were the great emperors. What about those above the great emperors? Was there a wider path? As her thoughts drifted, Lan He's expression turned gloomy. She felt that Yang Kai was really doomed this time. Even the fake emperor had appeared, so how could Yang Kai survive? However, she really could not understand. Why would such a person want to make things difficult for Yang Kai? Although she did not have much contact with Yang Kai, in her opinion, Yang Kai was not a heinous person. Why would everyone want to kill him when he came to the Eastern Territory? Each of the enemies involved was more powerful than the last. In the void, Song Mo looked at Yang Kai indifferently and nodded. Not bad. You actually know that this king is here. No wonder Yang Yun favors you so much. Yang Yun? Who was that? Tang Shang and the others were completely confused when they heard this. Whether it was Wu Hong or Song Mo, this was the first time they had seen them. Before this, they had never known such characters existed in this world. But now, Song Mo had even mentioned Yang Yan's name. Tang Shang and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. They suddenly felt that the world of others was so far away from theirs. So what if he was the Valley Master of Celestial Wolf Valley? So what if he was the strongest of the younger generation of Ahan Hall? He couldn't even understand what the other party was saying. It was as if he was living in two different worlds. Such a scene could not help but make people feel discouraged. On the other side, Yang Kai sneered, "There's no trace of a spirit array, but it can seal the world. This is not something that Netherworld Sect or Brahma Holy Land can arrange. Even Wu Hong doesn't have this ability. After thinking about it, only you could have done something in secret." This area was already isolated from the outside world. Although it didn't prevent him from using the other spatial divine technique, he couldn't teleport away. Such a miraculous technique wasn't something an ordinary person could set up. Since Wu Hong could appear here, Song Mo could naturally do so as well. Moreover, compared to the enmity between him and Wu Hong, Song Mo coveting his sealed world bead and mountains and rivers bell was the biggest threat. Last time, he had Yang Inflammation's protection and was in the territory of the lower star field, so Song Mo had no choice but to retreat. This time, he was in the star boundary, so how could he miss such an opportunity? Seeing Yang Kai looking around, Song Mo said lightly, "There's no need to look for her. Yang Inflammation didn't come this time, so I'm afraid it's impossible for you to find her again." Yang Kai laughed, "You misunderstood. I'm not looking for Yang Inflammation. I'm just curious, what method did you use to seal this world? You want to know?" Song Mo looked at him and asked. Can you tell me? Sangamo said, "It looks like we can have a good talk." "What kind of talk?" "You have something to ask. I also have something to ask. Everyone takes what they need, so naturally we can talk." Yang Kai smiled when he heard this, and with a pinch of 2 fingers, the sealed world bead appeared between his fingers. "You want this?" Song Mo's gaze turned cold, his eyes fixed on the sealed world bead, and a rare scorching heat appeared in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. Yang Kai flipped his hand and put away the sealed world bead, shaking his head. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. To tell you the truth, this thing can only be used by people who have cultivated the space divine technique. Even if I give it to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to open it." It was for this reason that Yang Inflammation left the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. Otherwise, since this thing could help people comprehend the power of heaven and earth and pave the road to the great Tao, how could Yang Inflammation not keep it? This thing was useful to Tsangamo, and it was also useful to Yang Inflammation. I was the ruler of that world, and it was the most suitable place for me to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Tsangamo said, "Since I want it, I naturally have my reasons. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. If you have any requests, I can satisfy all of them." He put on an extremely magnanimous appearance, but in the end, he still had some misgivings about Yang Inflammation. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation was, but last time Yang Inflammation protected Yang Kai, even at the expense of falling out with him. Moreover, the incident happened in the Hongluo star field, so he couldn't help but have some guesses. If he really wanted to bully the weak and steal Yang Kai's things, he would have to kill everyone present to ensure that the news wouldn't spread. Otherwise, if Yang Yin found out afterwards, he would be in a lot of trouble. If that woman decided to go crazy, he wouldn't necessarily be able to resist. But if Yang Kai was willing to exchange with him, then it would be different. First, there was no coercion, and second, there was no robbery. It was a fair trade, and everyone got what they wanted. Even if Yang Inflammation knew about it, she couldn't say anything. After he said this, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. Looking at his expression, Song Mo's heart moved. He secretly felt that he was more or less a person who understood the situation. Since he came here personally, he should know that he couldn't keep the bead no matter what. Otherwise, why would he show such an expression? Song Mo immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, "Speaking of which, Yang Inflammation and I work together. Although our relationship isn't very good, it's not bad either. For her sake, I won't treat you unfairly. You just have to state your conditions. If I can do it, I won't refuse." As soon as he said this, Wu Hong turned pale with fright and whispered, "Master." He couldn't help but feel a little resentful. The master was too easy to talk to. In business, it was normal to raise the price and return the money at a lower price. You exposed your bottom line as soon as you opened your mouth. Were you afraid that others wouldn't know that you were asking for too much? What if this guy made some excessive request? Not only was Wu Hong uneasy, but Tang Sheng and the others were also shocked. That was the promise and guarantee of a fake emperor. As long as Yang Kai casually agreed, they could hug an incomparably thick thigh. Although Tang Sheng didn't know what the bead was that it could make a fake emperor care so much about it, if it were him, he would definitely agree immediately. With the protection of such a master, even if he didn't do as he pleased in the star boundary, no one would dare to provoke him again. Even Lon, he faintly hoped that Yang Kai would agree. After all, compared to treasures, life was more important. Is that so? Yang Kai looked at Sangamo with a faint smile. "I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to." Sangamo said, "Distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. This is only the second time you and this king have met, so how do you know this king's temperament?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "That makes sense." Suddenly, he pointed at Wu Hong and said, "What if I say I want the territory of Great Desolate Star?" Hearing this, Wu Hong flew into a rage. "Bastard. There should be a limit to how much you can ask. Who do you think you are? How dare you?" Before he could finish, he heard Song Mo say, "Although this matter is a little difficult, if this king works with all his strength, it is not impossible." Wu Heng's mouth fell open as he stared at Sangamo in a daze, unable to believe his ears. He agreed? He actually agreed? How can the master agree to such a rude request? After the shock, Wu Hong felt that he seemed to have underestimated the master's desire for that bead. Since the master could even agree to such a condition, it was obvious how important that bead was to his master. This was followed by uneasiness. If this was really the case, then he was afraid that he would have to hand over the Star Territory's source. Without the status of Star Territory's master, he would just be an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm master. For a moment, Wu Heng's face turned pale as he glared at Yang Kai with eyes full of resentment. He did not dare to hate Song Imo and could not even reveal his intentions, so he could only hold this grudge against Yang Kai. It was too late for regrets. If he had known this would happen, why would he have tried so hard to deal with Yang Kai? Wasn't this the same as shooting himself in the foot? Suddenly, he felt like weeping but had no tears. Not only was Wu Hong surprised, but even Yang Kai was surprised. Song Imo actually agreed to such a request. With a cold expression, Yang Kai declared, "I want him dead." Wu Hong, whose heart was filled with mixed feelings, turned pale with fright when he heard this. Pursing his lips, he looked at Yang Kai, then at Song Imo, secretly circulating his Emperor Qi, preparing to escape at any time. If the master agreed to such a thing, if he didn't escape, would he just wait for death to arrive? Fortunately, Song Mo frowned after hearing this, then slowly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. No matter what, he is still a member of the Star Court. It's fine if he gets killed in a fight outside, but I can't do anything to him. If that's the case, the great Emperor alone won't be able to get through." Star Court. These two shocking words made Tang Sheng, Qi Gue, and the others tremble, finally understanding where these two powerful but unknown masters came from. It turned out to be the Star Court, known as the most powerful and mysterious place in the entire star boundary. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded slightly, a light flashing across his eyes. "What do you understand?" Song Imo frowned and asked. Yang Kai nodded. "So you also cultivate the Tao of space?" Song Imo faintly asked, "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai smiled. "I told you that only those who cultivate the Tao of space can open that bead, but you remained unmoved. What's more, after I put forward such a harsh request, you still agreed, as if you were determined to obtain it. Since that is the case, you must have a way to open it, so you cultivate the Tao of space." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had thought that there were very few people who cultivated the Tao of space, but recently he had encountered two. One was Shang Yuzhu, who had spent tens of thousands of years comprehending the mysteries of the Tao of space, while the other was actually Song Imo. Chapter 33:12. Song Imo nodded slightly. "Sharp mind. Not bad, not bad." Yang Kai smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, and I also know that your attainments in the power of space are not strong, just average." "You can see that?" Song Imo was slightly surprised. Just as Yang Kai said, he had indeed cultivated the power of space, but he had only just started. He could barely grasp a trace of the mysteries of the power of space, but he was still far from breaking through the law of space. This was not because he was not talented enough. How could his talent be bad when he could cultivate to the level of a fake emperor? It was just that the law of space was really mysterious, and it was not something that could be cultivated just because one was talented enough. Shang Yuzhu was in the crack of the void, and was associated with the undercurrent of the void day and night. She had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but she had only just started. Could it be that her talent was not good? Yang Kai estimated that his attainments in the power of space were about the same as Shang Yuzhu's. If you were really proficient in the power of space, you would not have to go through so much trouble to seal off the space and cut off this part of the world, because no matter what, I would not be able to escape from your grasp. But you cut off the world in advance, which means that you are not confident that you can suppress me in the power of space. Facing such a strong opponent, Yang Kai still did not change his expression and spoke frankly with assurance. This made Song Imo feel that it was absurd, and he pondered for a moment. "It seems that you are a smart person, and smart people should make wise decisions. So, what is your choice?" He was actually using the question that Yang Kai asked Qi Hai and Qi Gue to ask him, and his real intention was obvious. When Yang Kai asked this question, Chi Hai and Chi Gue both made wise choices and avoided Yang Kai. Obviously, they also hoped that Yang Kai would do the same. Yang Kai grinned, "My choice, of course." His expression suddenly turned ferocious. "Beat your ass." With a flick of his hand, the law of space fluctuated, and a crescent blade suddenly shot to the side. Its target was not Sangamo, but Su Changfeng, who was being beaten by the embodiment to the point of being unable to fight back. While the two of them were talking, Su Changfeng was being suppressed by the embodiment to the point that he could hardly breathe. Although he was strong, the embodiment had inherited the stone fire origin and was a stone mongoose. How could Su Changfeng be a match for it? Barely holding on until now was already a direct reflection of his own strength. He didn't even have the time to ask Sangamo for help, because if he spat out the breath in his mouth, he would definitely be defeated even faster. He hoped that Wu Hong, who was watching the show, would be able to help him. Unfortunately, Wu Hong was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal. His body was eroded by the principles of time, and his mind was disturbed by Yang Kai's previous conditions. Su Changfeng was about to vomit blood. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Yang Kai's crescent blade flew over, instantly becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Su Changfeng's vision darkened, and he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. The pitch-black sword in his hand trembled, and the sword chi wantonly blocked the power of the moon blade. However, by the time he came back to his senses, the embodiment's barbed fist had already struck him. "It's over." Such a thought popped up in Su Changfeng's mind as he barely managed to raise his Emperor Chi to protect his chest, but the fist landed squarely on his chest. With a bang, the Emperor Chi protecting his body was instantly shattered. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Su Changfeng's eyes bulged out of their sockets, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying over 1,000 feet away. He fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. This turn of events made everyone's scalps go numb. Tang Shang and the others had witnessed the defeat of two third-layer Emperor Realm Masters from the Eastern Territory. One was suppressed by the mountains and river's bell, while the other was sent flying by Shihua. The former was probably still alive, while the latter was still alive. At the same time that the embodiment blasted Su Changfeng away, Yang Kai also formed a series of seals with his hands. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out from the mountains and river's bell that had been suppressing Fu Bo. A halo of light spread out from the mountains and river's bell with a loud bang. The suppressive might of this halo caused Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was more than a dozen kilometers away, to tremble. The mountains and river's bell flew up again, revealing the suppressed Fu Bo, but at this moment, Fu Bo was lying limply on the ground like a pile of mud, bleeding from his 7 orifices, his face as pale as paper, and his limbs twitching uncontrollably, as if he was about to die. Simply being suppressed by the mountains and river's bell would not have caused him to become so miserable. However, in order to deal with a strong enemy like Sangamo, Yang Kai had no choice but to take back the mountains and river's bell first, so naturally, he had to deal with the suppressed Fu Bo first. Otherwise, a third-layer Emperor Realm opponent would be quite a headache. Fu Bo had been reduced to this state after using all his strength to stimulate the power of the mountains and river's bell. Yang Kai did not care whether he could kill him or not. In any case, Fu Bo was temporarily unable to fight back. The mountains and river's bell flew straight towards Sangamo, followed by Yang Kai and the embodiment, their figures alternating as they rushed towards Sangamo. In the face of such a strong enemy, it was not wise to sit still and wait for death. Striking first to gain the upper hand was the way of the king. Impudent. Sangamo was obviously stunned. He did not expect that Yang Kai would dare to attack him. Did he not know the gap between them? Moreover, the cursing from before had angered Sangamo. How many years had it been since someone had cursed at him? Today, there was actually a brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth scolding him in front of him. Moreover, the way he scolded him was extremely vulgar. With a furious roar, Sangamo slowly pushed his palm forward. Heaven and earth trembled and buzzed endlessly. The entire world seemed to be about to collapse. The power of this palm actually made Tang Sheng and the others who were watching from afar have the illusion that doomsday had arrived. It was as if they would die in the next moment. Tang Sheng and Qin Shuoying's faces instantly turned pale. Lan He let out a groan as blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Only Qi Gui's fighting spirit suddenly soared. He looked over with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to rely on his own eyesight to clearly see the profundity of this palm. But in just an instant, Qi Gui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression suddenly became dispirited. Tang Sheng's expression changed greatly. How could he not know that they were not safe standing here? The strength of Tsang Mo's divine technique had already exceeded the limits of his imagination. Even if it was just the aftermath of the attack, it could cause them to die an unnatural death. Without hesitation, he shouted at Qin Shuoying, "Retreat!" The husband and wife, one wrapped up Lan He whose cultivation was sealed, while the other pulled up Qi Gui. They quickly retreated into the heavenly Wolf Valley and activated the sect protecting array at the same time. Only then did they feel much safer. When they looked up again, an incomparably huge palm print that seemed to be able to blot out the sky and earth collided with the mountains and rivers bell. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world. It was clearly just a single contact, but there were countless clangs, as if the palm had struck the mountains and rivers bell thousands of times in an instant. Layer after layer of ripples emerged from the mountains and rivers bell and swept out in all directions. The void collapsed and the earth cracked. Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, whose fate was unknown, trembled, and then there was no movement. Clearly, they had been affected by the aftermath of the mountains and rivers bell. The 7 or 8 cultivators from the Emperor realm who were lucky enough to survive fell to the ground like dumplings, unable to maintain their figures at all. Wu Heng's face was filled with fear as he circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. Layers of visible ripples appeared on his thick Emperor Qi due to the impact of the bell. It was not only Wu Heng's Emperor Qi that was rippling, but also the sect protecting array of Heavenly Wolf Valley. As the ripples spread, Tang Sheng felt a lingering fear in his heart. He secretly rejoiced that he had made a prompt decision to retreat. Otherwise, he and the others would have been in trouble. He and his wife would probably be fine, but Qi Gui and Lan He, who were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, would definitely be injured. Under Tsang Mo's palm, the will of a monarch descended upon the world, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. The mountains and rivers bell, which was said to be able to suppress the world, was actually shaken and sent flying, revealing the 2 figures behind the mountains and rivers bell. It was not that the mountains and rivers bell was weak. It was the foundation of the Yuan Ding Great Emperor's achievement as one of the great emperors, even suppressing the Phoenix True Fire for tens of thousands of years. It was just that Yang Kai's strength was limited, so the power it could display was not comparable to that of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as Tsang Mo's, the power of the mountains and rivers bell would naturally be enhanced. 2 strange sounds rang out. Immediately after the palm strike, Tsang Mo pointed 2 fingers at Yang Kai and the embodiment from afar. 2 streams of light shot towards them with a relaxed expression, as if they were nothing more than insects. Yang Kai and the embodiment looked as if they were facing a great enemy, because they were the 2 insects that were about to be crushed. The embodiment roared wildly, the strange fire on his body burning more fiercely, and his body suddenly grew bigger, turning into 100 feet tall. He bent his waist, and the barbs on his back shot out like a rain of arrows, burning with flames, to meet the 2 streams of light head-on. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly as the burning barbs came into contact with the 2 streaks of light. They were all turned into fine powder and scattered down from the sky. Over 100 barbs intercepted them before the 2 streaks of light were completely eliminated. The embodiment's back, which was originally like a hedgehog, was now bare. But soon, new barbs grew out, and it was as whole as before. With the help of the embodiment's protection, Yang Kai's figure moved freely, and he was already 300 feet away from Tsang Mo. His right eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and when the vertical pupil appeared, a budding lotus flower appeared in his eyes. Blossoming lotus. Tsang Mo glanced at him coldly, and the lotus flower immediately imprinted in his eyes, as if it had taken root in his eyes, quickly blossoming. But the price of blossoming was the loss of his soul power. A tingling pain came from his mind, and Sangamo was shocked. With his experience, he could naturally see that this move of Yang Kai's was an extremely rare and powerful soul secret technique. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a strange attack method, and he was caught off guard. His soul power surged in his knowledge sea, trying to destroy the blooming lotus flower, but he found that it was useless. The more he urged his soul power, the faster the lotus flower blossomed. In front of him was darkness, and he could only see the blooming lotus flower and nothing else. Chapter 33:13. Sangamo lived up to his reputation as a fake emperor. Despite the situation, he remained calm and restrained his spiritual energy, isolating himself from the blossoming lotus flower and preventing it from absorbing his divine sense. However, right at that moment, from the heart of the lotus flower, a saber light flashed and slashed towards him. At that moment, Sangamo actually felt a sense of threat and shouted, "A Soul Emperor artifact." A simple Soul Emperor artifact was not enough to surprise him. With his current cultivation and the fact that he had lived for countless years as a flowing time great emperor, what kind of good things had he not seen before? In this world, except for a few things that could make him covet them, he really did not put the rest in his eyes. What surprised him was that Yang Kai had actually hidden the attack of this Soul Emperor artifact within a soul secret technique. There were too many things involved in this, and it could be said that this attack was almost perfect. Even if someone was able to defend against the soul secret technique and prevent the lotus flower from blooming, the real killing blow was hidden in the stamen of the lotus flower. This boy's soul cultivation is actually so exquisite. How did he cultivate? The soul of a trivial second-order Emperor Realm Master is actually stronger than an average third-order Emperor Realm Master. Naturally, the attack of the soul-splitting saber was hidden in the blossoming lotus secret technique. Yang Kai had also suddenly thought of using the blossoming lotus secret technique and the soul-splitting saber together, and the effect was surprisingly good. Sangamo was caught off guard, and his soul was struck by the soul-splitting saber, causing his knowledge sea's defenses to shake. Although he managed to block the attack with his profound cultivation, his vision went dark and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Yang Kai secretly lamented. He had just used the heaven-splitting saber secret technique in the star territory not long ago and had not had enough time to recuperate, so the power of this attack from the soul-splitting saber was not very strong. Otherwise, it would have definitely injured Sangamo slightly, but at this moment, it only interfered with him for a moment. This was definitely the strongest enemy he had ever faced in his life. Even if it was just a distraction, it was enough. Taking advantage of the moment when Sangamo regained his senses, Yang Kai and the embodiment had already arrived in front of him. As Yang Kai clapped his hands and pulled them apart, a gigantic crescent blade was formed and slashed towards Sangmo's chest. The embodiment also raised his barbed fist and smashed it towards Sangmo's head. His cooperation with Yang Kai could be said to be close. After all, the embodiment was formed by a strand of Yang Kai's soul that had entered the stone mongoose's body. When they worked together, they could almost understand each other's intentions without communicating. No matter how strong Sangamo was, if he were to be struck by the gigantic crescent blade and the avatar's fist, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body. His eyes widened, and without any hesitation, Yang Kai's figure retreated quickly. The embodiment also wanted to retreat, but its body was a little bigger after all, so it retreated relatively slowly. In the next moment, a crackling sound rang out, and a circle of lightning suddenly bloomed with Sangamo as the center. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly turned into a sea of lightning, with countless lightning snakes slithering all over the void. For a moment, it was as bright as day. The crescent blade that was slashing towards Sangmo's chest was entangled by the lightning snakes, and before it could even get close, it disappeared without a trace, unable to hurt him at all. The embodiment, who had not completely retreated, roared in anger as it was electrocuted. Its several hundred-meter-tall body was covered in lightning, and its huge body trembled incessantly. Thunder principles. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, secretly feeling that this was a tricky situation. A Dao Source Realm cultivator comprehended world principles, the Emperor Realm controlled world principles, and the great emperors themselves were the world principles. Since Tsangamo was a fake emperor, he naturally was proficient in the power of world principles, but the thunder principles were a little troublesome. The Thunder Master was a violent killer, and once the Sea of Lightning appeared, the area around Tsangamo would become a forbidden zone for life. It would be difficult for ordinary people to even get close, so how could they compete with him? The embodiment also retreated, but there were still lightning snakes slithering on its body. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at Tsangamo, obviously aware of Yang Kai's state of mind. On the other side, Tsangamo used the cover of the Sea of Lightning to finally avoid the fatal attacks of Yang Kai and the embodiment. He slowly came back to his senses, and when he saw the heavens again, he could not help but reveal a trace of annoyance. Because for him, as a fake emperor, he should not have used the power of world principles to deal with Yang Kai. For a master like him, he should have been able to deal with Kai Yang in a few punches and kicks. But the fact was, he was forced to use the power of world principles, and the key was that even after using the power of world principles, he still did not succeed. This was really unbearable for Tsangamo, and at this moment, he looked at Yang Kai coldly. Angering this king will not do you any good. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a thunder whip suddenly appeared in his hand. The thunder whip was composed purely of thunder and lightning. It crackled continuously and was cyan in color. Looking at it, Tsangamo seemed to be holding a wriggling cyan snake in his hand. Tsangamo raised his hand, and the blue lightning whip snaked straight towards Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai retreated again and again, but the blue lightning whip was like a maggot in his bones, unable to get rid of it. Seeing the distance between them getting closer and closer, Yang Kai roared angrily, and as his emperor chi surged, he opened his mouth and let out a roar like a dragon's roar, shaking the world. Looking around, it was actually a golden aura coming out of Yang Kai's mouth. As the lightning whip approached, it was blocked by the golden aura, and under Tsangmo's stunned gaze, the lightning whip actually fell apart, the golden aura cutting through the lightning whip like it was cutting through jade. Dragon breath? Tsangmo raised his brow. Tsangmo naturally knew that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race, and not to mention the various methods Yang Kai had displayed in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his current dragon form had not changed at all. But how could a half-dragon exhale such a pure dragon breath? What the hell was this? What's more, that roar just now was like the roar of a true dragon, making him shudder. For the first time, Tsangmo felt that his brain was not enough. While Tsangmo was still in a daze, the avatar had already pounced on him again. With a wave of his hand, a huge black hammer suddenly appeared in his palm. The hammer was shrouded in black gas, giving off an extremely uncomfortable aura. With a loud bang, the avatar smashed towards Tsangmo demonic chi. Tsangmo's expression changed greatly. His mind was instantly attracted by the huge black hammer, only to feel the demonic chi rushing towards him, triggering all kinds of dark emotions hidden in the bottom of his heart. This was a demonic weapon. Tsangmo's eyesight was outstanding, so he naturally recognized the origin of this hammer at a glance. There was an extremely pure demonic chi on it. Obviously, it was a divine weapon from the territory of the demon race, and from the aura, it was obvious that the flowing time Great Emperor had been around for a long time. Most likely it was a demonic weapon passed down from the ancient times. Where did this stone fire get this demonic weapon? What Tsangmo could not figure out was how it was not affected by this demonic weapon and could actually use it. In a hurry, the Sea of Lightning appeared again, shrouding the embodiment, and the lightning whip in his hand was also pulled back, lashing towards the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment turned a deaf ear. The demonic war hammer in his hand smashed towards Tsangmo's head, as if he wanted to perish together with him. Moreover, there was a layer of inexplicable power on the surface of his body, which actually had the tendency to assimilate and absorb the power of the Sea of Lightning, completely different from his previous battered and exhausted state. The battle strategy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was to absorb the energy of all things under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor for one's own use, and lightning was naturally no exception. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor activated the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, how could a mere sea of lightning do anything to it? The embodiment's fearless attitude really shocked Sangamo. The embodiment could sacrifice his life, but he could not. He still hoped that one day he could be promoted to the status of great emperors, looking down on the world. The sea of lightning was useless. The lightning whip suddenly straightened, like a long spear, stabbing towards the embodiment's chest. With a bang, sparks flew. The embodiment was poked and flipped over a dozen times, barely stabilizing his body. But before he could stand firm, the lightning whip had already attacked, wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. Sangmo's face was indifferent. His hand formed a seal, and the lightning whip suddenly shone brightly. The power of lightning fiercely increased, as if wanting to electrocute the embodiment on the spot. The embodiment roared madly. The battle strategy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was pushed to the limit, crazily devouring the power of lightning, filling his body and turning it into his own powerful capital. At the same time, a low shout sounded, dragon transformation. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, Yang Kai's 3 zhang tall body rose steadily, and under the dumbfounded gaze of Tang Shang and the others, he turned into a 300 zhang tall monster in the blink of an eye. The giant monster's head reached the sky, its feet stepped on the ground. There was a dragon horn on its head, and there was a golden dragon tail behind its back. Its hands had completely turned into dragon claws, and the breath it exhaled from its nostrils was visible to the naked eye, as if it could stir up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. A towering mountain. Tang Shang and the others all had a very unreal feeling. Looking up at the transformed Yang Kai, an unimaginable pressure pressed down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. The fighting spirit on Qi Gui's face had disappeared, leaving only a strong sense of loss and bitterness. He found that he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, wanting to challenge Yang Kai to test his strength. How could he test such a behemoth? The other party could probably pinch him to death with a single finger. Was this his full strength? When he saw Yang Kai display the space law, time law, and the mountains and rivers bell before, Qi Gui thought that Yang Kai had exhausted all his means, but who knew he could still go one step further? Not to mention how strong he was at this moment. Just his 300 zhang tall body gave off a great pressure, and those with a weak will would not even have the courage to fight him. However, how pure was Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline? It was actually able to transform into such a huge monster. Qi Gui and the others were amazed when they saw Yang Kai transform into a 30 zhang tall body, but the difference between 30 and 30 zhang was tenfold. 30 zhang was also Yang Kai's limit after his dragon transformation. Because he knew that against a fake emperor like Shang Tsung Mo, there was no room for mercy. Even if he teamed up with the embodiment, the outcome of today's battle was still uncertain. If he or the embodiment were to face him alone, he was afraid that only defeat awaited them. This was also the first time he was going all out after breaking through to the second-order emperor realm, so he wanted to know where his bottom line was. Taking a big step forward, the earth trembled as Yang Kai looked down at the tiny ant-like figure below him, stepping into the boundless sea of lightning in just 2 or 3 steps. Thunder and lightning violently swam around his body, making crackling sounds, but he seemed to be unaware of it. Chapter 33:14. The dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to all kinds of negative energies. Although Tsangmo's thunder principles were good, a mere sea of lightning was not enough to stop Yang Kai. His huge body rushed into the sea of lightning, causing it to ripple in an instant. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped downwards. Sangmo did not dare to face this attack head-on and quickly retreated, his figure turning into a bolt of lightning. However, Yang Kai's big hand chased after him like a maggot. Every time he opened and closed his hand, it was as if he was trying to catch a flying insect, causing Tang Shang and the others to be at a loss as to what to do. A dignified fake emperor was actually being forced to flee by a second-order emperor realm master. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. Although Yang Kai was big, he was not slow, and Sangmo's reaction was even faster, leaving afterimages in the void that did not disappear for a long time. The embodiment came with tacit understanding. holding the demonic war hammer in his hand and complementing Yang Kai perfectly, beating Tsangamo to the point where he could only parry and was unable to fight back. However, Yang Kai did not show the slightest joy on his face, because although Tsangamo looked embarrassed, he did not show any signs of panic at all. Instead, he dealt with everything calmly. Bind. All of a sudden, Yang Kai let out a roar and space principle surged, sealing off the surrounding space. Tsangamo, who was constantly struggling, suddenly came to a halt as he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, the surrounding space becoming extremely viscous, and the more he struggled, the more he felt like he was sinking into it. Caught off guard, the embodiment smashed down with his hammer. He could not avoid it. Although he also cultivated a little bit of the Tao of space, as Yang Kai had guessed, he was only at the entry level and had not comprehended the principles at all. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, the space he was in was imprisoned by Yang Kai, and it would take him at least a breath of time to escape, and this delay was enough to change his life and death. Song Mo's eyes flashed coldly as he pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit. Lightning flashed around his body as an oval-shaped thunder shield suddenly appeared around him. With a boom, the demonic war hammer smashed into Song Mo's body. The oval-shaped thunder shield instantly caved in and then collapsed. However, at the same time, the embodiment was also bounced back by a huge force. Lightning lingered around the embodiment, and crackling sounds could be heard. It seemed that the embodiment was in great pain. Without giving Tsangamo any time to react, Yang Kai's big hand had already covered the sky, covering the earth. He grabbed Tsangamo in his palm and held him tightly, coldly shouting, "Destroy!" Within the giant hand, the power of space fluctuated, turning into a killing force that wanted to exterminate Tsangamo. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Thousands of dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from the gaps between the huge dragon claws. All of a sudden, the bolts of lightning merged into one and pierced through the back of Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai looked up and saw Tsangamo standing in the void with a cold expression, holding an artifact that looked like a Vajra pestle. It was only the length of an arm, but it was not to be underestimated. The lightning flashing on this artifact was not blue, but white, as bright as day. There were still traces of golden blood left on the Vajra pestle, which contained infinite vitality and great energy. Yang Kai opened his palm and looked down, only to see that there was a huge hole in his palm. Golden blood was flowing through it, but it did not drip down. The damaged flesh was wriggling endlessly, quickly repairing the wound. "Your life is tough." Yang Kai shook his hand and looked up at Tsangamo. Even if he and the embodiment joined forces and used all of their strength, they still could not take him down. The prestige of a fake emperor was not in vain. If fake emperors were like this, then what about the real great emperors? For a moment, Yang Kai was filled with infinite yearning. "Your dragon bloodline is strange." Tsangamo narrowed his eyes and sized up Yang Kai. He even reached out and dipped a little of the golden blood on his artifact, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Then, he showed an extremely shocked expression. Although he knew that Yang Kai had a dragon bloodline body, he subconsciously thought that Yang Kai's bloodline was impure. But a half-dragon with impure bloodline could actually have a body of 300 feet. It was really unbelievable. As far as he knew, the purer the bloodline of the dragon race, the bigger their true body would be. He had once dealt with an 8th-order giant dragon. When that 8th-order giant dragon revealed its true body, it was only 200 to 300 feet. An 8th-order giant dragon was already an extraordinary existence on Dragon Island. It did not make sense that it could not compare to a half-dragon. 300 feet was at least the height of a 9th-order giant dragon. Now, with the help of his artifact, he managed to escape while injuring Yang Kai. After taking the dragon blood and tasting it, Tsangamo was surprised to find that although this blood was somewhat impure and was indeed not pure, the energy it contained was far superior to that of an ordinary giant dragon. What was going on? Was the half-dragon bloodline reversion? Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard Yang Kai ask coldly, "How does this king's blood taste?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tsangamo suddenly felt that something was wrong. The little bit of dragon blood he had licked was emitting a sharp aura. Without thinking, Sangamo opened his mouth and spat out the blood, only to find that what he had spat out was not blood, but a small golden sword. For a moment, cold sweat dripped down Sangmo's back. He could not figure out how Yang Kai did it. Even after his blood left his body, he was still able to freely control it. Not daring to neglect, Sangmo's artifact flashed white lightning and shattered all the golden blood into nothingness. Letting out a long sigh, Sangamo said, "Yang Kai, this king does not want to bully the weak. Although your strength is not bad, if you want to oppose this king, you have proven your ability. This king's proposal remains unchanged. As long as you hand over that thing, this king will immediately turn around and leave. If you have any requests in the future, this king will not refuse." Yang Kai smiled arrogantly, his voice booming like thunder. "You want it? If you want it, then come and take it. It's yours if you can't. Don't complain even if I beat you to death." "You want to beat me to death?" Sangmo's expression became strange, as if he had heard something inconceivable. "We'll have to see if your life is really that tough." Yang Kai took a deep breath and suddenly stretched out his hand, summoning the mountains and rivers bell into his palm. Grabbing the cauldron's leg, he slammed it down on Sangmo's head. Even though Sangamo was experienced and knowledgeable, seeing this scene, he could not help but twitch his mouth. An ancient exotic artifact, something that even great emperors would be tempted by, was actually used by him like this. Sangamo could not help feeling a sense of pity for the mountains and rivers bell. But it was undeniable that this move was really powerful. Even if Sangmo's cultivation was heaven-defying, he could not ignore it. If he was hit by such a blow, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. At this critical moment, Sangamo remained calm, pointing the Vajra scepter in his hand and sending out a white lightning dragon towards Yang Kai's chest. The lightning dragon had not yet arrived, but the aura of death had already rushed towards Sangamo. Sangamo was a false emperor, so how could an artifact he used to fight be ordinary? This Vajra scepter was actually a lightning scepter, an emperor artifact that was Sangmo's natal artifact. It was tempered by thunder principles all year round, and the heaven-quaking divine thunder it unleashed was something even great emperors had to be careful with. Otherwise, there was a possibility of them being injured. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this thunder pestle and heaven-extinguishing divine thunder were, that didn't hinder his instincts. He knew that although Sangamo looked indifferent on the surface, he was actually quite annoyed in his heart and would definitely not show any mercy this time. This was probably his strongest attack. As long as Yang Kai could block it, he would have the qualifications to compete with him. But if he could not block it, then everything would be over today. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression turned cold as a trace of determination appeared on his face. Flipping the mountains and rivers bell in his hand, he welcomed the arrival of the Thunder Dragon. As the white light flashed, the white Thunder Dragon slammed into the mountains and rivers bell, causing it to ring and shatter the void. A feeling of heaven falling and earth shattering spread in everyone's heart, making everyone feel uneasy. In the next moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain spot in the void. A white light shot out from the lightning scepter, connecting Sangamo and Yang Kai. One was small in stature, while the other was indomitable, creating an extremely strong visual contrast, but at this moment, it was the small figure that had the upper hand. Lightning flashed everywhere. Yang Kai's huge body retreated step by step, leaving huge footprints on the ground. Even his body was bent over, his flesh and blood were sticking out. The veins on his face were bulging, looking like he was going all out. The mountains and rivers bell and Yang Kai's entire body had already disappeared. They were now shrouded in lightning, and Yang Kai's roar could be heard amidst the crackling sounds. Sangamo continued to release lightning attribute energy, seemingly having no intention of giving Yang Kai a chance to catch his breath, as if he wanted to use his strongest attack to end this once and for all. Sangamo even had the leisure to speak. "Yang Kai, don't be ungrateful. This king doesn't want to kill you. But don't think this king can't kill you. I'll give you one last chance. Answer me after you've thought it through." "Okay." Yang Kai's roar became hoarse, but it clearly came out from the lightning. Sangamo was overjoyed when he heard this, thinking that Yang Kai finally agreed because he couldn't bear the pressure. Just as he was about to put away the divine technique and discuss with Yang Kai in detail, he heard Yang Kai's voice again from the lightning. Awesome. Song Mo's face darkened. As soon as his voice fell, the lightning in the sky shook slightly and dissipated a lot. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall body finally reappeared, leaning forward slightly, resisting the great pressure, and walking forward step by step. As he walked, his huge dragon claw kept beating the mountains and rivers bell in rhythm with his steps. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the bell rang out, a circular shockwave would rush out from the mouth of the bell, and the white lightning that was pressing forward was actually shattered by the shockwave, causing it to scatter in all directions. Yang Kai's pace became faster and faster, from a slow walk to a trot, and then to a sprint. The lightning wrapping around his body couldn't stop him from moving forward. His dragon scales were tattered, and there seemed to be not a single piece of intact flesh on his body, every inch of his skin exuding a burnt smell. Song Mo's face finally changed. Chapter 33:15. Not daring to give Yang Kai a chance to approach, Song Mo circulated his Emperor Qi, causing the power of the lightning rod to increase sharply, halting Yang Kai's forward momentum. However, Yang Kai seemed to have anticipated this, his mountains and rivers bell blocking most of the lightning, while his other hand spread out and slammed down towards Song Mo. It was as if a mountain had fallen from the sky, carrying with it the sound of a gust of wind and a life-reaping aura. With a loud bang, a huge palm print was formed on the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. Song Mo was nowhere to be seen, but at some point he had fled to the sky. Before he could stabilize himself, his avatar, which was covered in flames and had barbed spikes all over its body, charged out from the side with the demonic war hammer in hand. The hammer smashed forward, leaving behind a trail of shattered void wherever it passed. Song Mo roared and turned his lightning rod, aiming it at the embodiment. A white bolt of lightning shot out from the rod and slammed into the demonic war hammer. In an instant, the demonic chi surged and the war hammer flashed wildly. The embodiment's several dozen-meter tall body was also knocked back, its sneak attack having no effect. With a whoosh, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a golden dragon breath that cut through the void, ignoring the obstruction of space and hitting Song Mo's shoulder. When the violent force hit him, Song Mo was forced to drift more than 1,000 meters away before he could stabilize himself. A cloud of blood burst out from his shoulder, as if a large piece of flesh had been crushed into dust. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Song Mo had been injured. Although it seemed to be only a minor injury, he no longer had the leisurely attitude he had before. The pain caused his expression to become ferocious, his thunder principles fluctuating more and more fiercely. In the sky, dark clouds had gathered at some point, just like Song Mo's face at this moment. The bright sunlight disappeared, and the whole world seemed to have fallen into darkness. The thick, dark clouds pressed down on the sky like a quilt, pressing down on everyone's heart. Lightning flickered in the dark clouds. Beams of light flickered, tearing the sky apart. Yang Kai's attack succeeded, and he rushed forward without stopping. The practicing body that was sent flying also hurriedly stabilized its body and attacked from the other side. Two gigantic figures, wrapped in an indomitable aura, launched a fearless charge towards a tiny existence. This scene was truly shocking. Song Mo suddenly closed his eyes. His ferocious expression gradually disappeared and became calm. When he opened his eyes again, there was a flash of light in his eyes. He raised the thunder pestle high up. White lightning flashed on the pestle, resonating with the lightning in the sky. It seemed to be able to draw the power of the 9 heavens. Fall. A soft shout was heard. Heaven and earth trembled. Bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck down from the sky. The power of each bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying and could not be underestimated. But these bolts of lightning seemed to have grown eyes, bombarding Yang Kai and the practicing body one after another. In a split second, lightning flashed within a radius of dozens of miles. The lightning pillars that connected heaven and earth were almost innumerable, turning this area into a pool of lightning filled with killing intent. Sangamo stood in the center of this pool of lightning with a cold face, holding the thunder pestle high, looking down at Yang Kai and the practicing body. His tiny body had a sense of superiority, as if he was looking at two ants. His huge body suffered a great loss at this moment. It was not easy for him to dodge. No matter how agile Yang Kai and the practicing body were, they could not avoid the interference and influence of the countless lightning pillars. Even if they tried their best to dodge, they were still inevitably hit by the lightning pillars. Flesh and blood were sent flying, and dragon scales were shattered. Yang Kai did not make a sound. His eyes were even bigger than usual. He shuttled through the sea of lightning and quickly approached Sangamo. Although the practicing body situation was better than his, it was not much better. It did not have flesh and blood, but the gravel on its body rustled down, and the flames on its body lost some of its luster. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory was maintained, it could not devour too much energy in a short period of time due to its lack of cultivation. It could only bear with it. Barbs shot out from its body to meet the falling lightning, but they were all smashed into pieces. Roar! The high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. A huge dragon appeared in front of Yang Kai, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The huge dragon was more than 100 feet long, as if it was a living creature. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on Sangamo. Sangmo's eyes narrowed. How could he not recognize that this was the secret technique of the dragon race? If it was before, he might have been surprised. How could Yang Kai, a half-dragon, display the secret technique of the dragon race? After all, the secret technique of the dragon race was passed down through generations and could only be practiced on the Dragon Island. However, he had tasted Yang Kai's dragon blood before, so he was fully aware of the strangeness of the dragon blood, so he was not surprised. Sangamo just waved his hand, and a lightning pillar falling from the sky changed its direction and turned into a lightning python to meet the huge dragon. The two sides met in midair and attacked each other, causing the sky to turn dark and sand and stones to fly. Yang Kai took the opportunity to rush out, holding the mountains and rivers bell in his hand, and fiercely swung it at Sangamo. How could Sangamo dare to take such a blow head-on? Naturally, he dodged early, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai was only feinting, and his feet did not stop at all, and once again rushed straight at him. Sangamo wanted to dodge again, but he was already entangled by the Dharmakaya, and for a moment he could not get away. When he saw Yang Kai rushing at him ferociously, the mountains and rivers bell in his hand smashed down on his head again. He was also amazing. Under this kind of attack that was almost impossible to avoid, he actually made an incredible move, bending his body as if he had no bones, and narrowly avoided this terrifying blow. But before he could recover, he felt a huge force on his waist and hit him so hard that the blood in his body was surging, his bones were cracking, and his eyeballs were about to burst out. In a hurry, he only saw a golden dragon tail flash past. It was a dragon tail. Sangamo swallowed a mouthful of blood into his stomach, and his anger erupted like a volcano. Yang Kai laughed. "Haha, how does my divine dragon tail whip taste?" Before he finished his words, he was hit by a few lightning bolts and suddenly trembled. His golden hair stood up and looked very funny. "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you will all die today." Sangmo's cold voice rang out, and he was obviously really angry. Although he wanted to make a deal with Yang Kai before, now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking on his part. Yang Kai would never compromise with him. If he wanted that thing, he could only snatch it. As for whether he would offend young Inflammation and cause trouble for that woman, as long as he silenced everyone here, who would know? The battle began again, and the rumbling outside Heavenly Wolf Valley continued, causing the disciples of Heavenly Wolf Valley to panic. At this moment, more people had gathered around Tang Shang and the others, and they were all the higher-ups of Heavenly Wolf Valley. Ling Yinqin also came over, and when she learned that Yang Kai was fighting a strong enemy over there, her figure flickered and she wanted to rush over to help, but she was quickly pulled back by Qin Shouying, who scolded, "What are you doing?" Ling Yinqin said indifferently, "I'm just doing my best." Qin Shouying said, "If you go, You will only distract him and won't be able to help at all. Look at the battle over there yourself. Are you sure you can help? Ling Yinchin watched silently for a while, not saying a word. Indeed, even if she wanted to help, she couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. If she really rushed over, she would only distract Yang Kai and drag him down. She couldn't help but look at Tang Sheng for help. Tang Sheng coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "It's useless even if I go." At the beginning, when Yang Kai was besieged by two great forces, if he had joined in, he could have played a role, at least holding back a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But now, how could he join in? He would probably be electrocuted to death as soon as he rushed in. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai could exchange blows with Song Yimou, while he wasn't even qualified to participate. Such a contrast made Tang Sheng feel a little discouraged. "Master, can he win?" He asked worriedly. Tang Sheng was speechless. How could he know whether Yang Kai would win or not? Today's battle had surpassed everything he had seen in his life. Before the dust settled, he didn't dare to make any comments, nor was he qualified to make any comments. However, judging from the situation, although Yang Kai and Shi Hua had joined forces, the situation wasn't optimistic. A fake emperor was really extraordinary, but Yang Kai and Shi Hua weren't weak either. A second-order Emperor Realm Master could fight a fake emperor to this extent, which was something to be proud of. In fact, there was one thing he found strange. Logically speaking, Shi Hua was also a divine spirit, and although his ranking wasn't too high, he should be on par with the fake emperor. Even if he wasn't a match for the fake emperor, he should be on par with him. Why did he feel that Shi Hua was different from the rumors? What he didn't know was that Shi Hua wasn't the real Shi Hua. If the real Shi Hua was here, although he might not be able to defeat Song Yimou, he would definitely be able to protect himself. If he went all out, he might even be able to injure Song Yimou. However, the embodiment was a special existence after all. In the body of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai's soul clone had devoured Shi Hua's essence. Although it had inherited some of Shi Hua's inheritance and abilities, its growth period was too short. The current embodiment hadn't reached its limit yet. With the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it couldn't compare to Shi Hua in the short term, but in the long run, it had more room for improvement than Shi Hua. It even had the chance to surpass Shi Hua's ancestor and lead the Stone Fire lineage to its most glorious moment. It was because of this reason that it was qualified to compete with Song Yimou when it joined forces with Yang Kai. However, it was only qualified to compete with Song Yimou. The mountains shook and the earth shook. The landscape outside the celestial Wolf Valley had completely changed. In the Sea of Thunder, two huge figures pounced and retreated from time to time. It was hazy. Tang Sheng and the others couldn't see the situation clearly even if they used their full eyesight. They could only vaguely see Yang Kai and the embodiment. After all, their bodies were too big. It was difficult to miss them. As for Song Yimou, no one knew where he was. However, from the sounds of the battle, it was obvious that Song Yimou didn't hold back. He even had the upper hand. Yang Kai's roar and Shi Hua's groan were the best proof. Chapter 33:16. This battle was earth-shattering. It was a battle that even gods and ghosts would flee. The three great masters on the battlefield were all fighting desperately, none of them holding back in the slightest. It was not until an hour later that the scene gradually cleared up, and the thunder and lightning that stirred the clouds thinned out, allowing Tang Sheng and the others who were watching from afar to finally see the situation. What they saw caused their hearts to tremble. Yang Kai's body was a bloody mess, a golden light flickering around him, obviously the traces of his golden blood drying up. His dragon scales were tumbling, and it was impossible to tell how many of them had fallen off, a truly tragic sight. Shi Hua was in an even worse state. All of his barbs had disappeared without a trace and his body was bare, the burning mystical flames extinguished. As for Song Yimou, he also seemed to be in a bad condition, his face somewhat pale, even unable to maintain his most powerful divine technique. At this point, both sides had suffered great losses. Song Mo's face sank while Yang Kai laughed wildly. "It seems that's all you've got." Song Mo's eyes couldn't help twitching. He had to admit that today's battle was beyond his expectations. He had thought that if he personally took action, it would be a piece of cake. But who would have thought that Yang Kai's methods would be so powerful that he had not been completely defeated? A trace of resentment flashed across Zhang Mo's eyes as he stared at the embodiment. If not for Shi Hua, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent. Even if he could transform into a 300-meter-long dragon, Zhang Mo would still be able to capture him today. However, with Shi Hua on the side, even if he could gain the upper hand, so what? If he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to obtain that thing, and he would also become an enemy. If Yang Yin learned of this, Zhang Mo suddenly felt a little conflicted. There was no point in continuing to fight. The previous battle had already destroyed his method of isolating this part of the world. It was a kind of barrier that he had prepared in advance to seal off this part of the world, so it was not very strong. If he used his full strength, it would naturally break on its own. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to escape now, there was no way he could stop him. Naturally, Zhang Mo did not want to waste his energy on something meaningless, so after hesitating for a moment, he was about to say something when he saw Yang Kai's expression suddenly become solemn, his hands forming a seal, and sending a palm towards Zhang Mo. The feeling of time stopping at this moment fell from the sky. Flowing time, great emperor. Zhang Mo's eyes narrowed, and he too met the attack with a palm. With a loud bang, the violent palm energy collided in midair, and both sides disappeared without a trace. Zhang Mo rode the wind in the air and coldly said, "Quit while you're ahead, kid." He had already thought of retreating, but who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually push his luck? Suddenly, he was furious. He didn't want to fight Yang Kai to the point where both sides would suffer, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of Yang Kai. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at him arrogantly, his voice like thunder. "Old dog, are you going to admit defeat?" The word old dog was obviously a response to Zhang Mo's brat. Zhang Mo's face darkened slightly. "Although today's matter was due to my lack of consideration, you didn't suffer any losses. Let's drop this matter." Yang Kai sneered. "Give up? Are you saying that you can come and go as you please? How can there be such a good deal in this world?" Zhang Mo snorted. "What do you want?" His narrowed eyes were already filled with murderous intent. If Yang Kai really wanted to tangle with him, then he could only continue to fight. He believed that the one who would die in the end would definitely not be him, but he would definitely have to pay a huge price. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "If I didn't have the ability to protect myself, would you still be so easy to talk to now? Since you've already started, don't blame me for returning the favor. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's fight. Today, either you die or I die." As his words fell, his dispirited aura suddenly surged, his eyes blazing with battle intent, and he strode forward. The Dharmakaya moved at the same time without saying a word. Zhang Mo's face was gloomy. In the end, he still underestimated this kid's decisiveness. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back, so he could only fight. He gently took a breath, his eyes filled with determination. However, at this moment, Yang Kai and Zhang Mo suddenly turned their heads to look in one direction, revealing a dignified expression. In that direction, a stream of light shot over. Its speed was extremely fast, showing that the person's strength was not ordinary. Before the person arrived, a voice full of hostility came from afar. "Young master, don't panic. This old man is coming." When the first word was said, that person was still a small black dot, far away in the horizon. By the time the last word fell, a middle-aged old man had already appeared in the field. It was a guy who looked extremely strange. Although this person was not young, he was wearing a red robe which gave off a rather nondescript feeling. Although he had a smile on his face, he looked ferocious. At first glance, he gave people the feeling that this old guy is not a good thing. His fierce-looking face exuded a ferocious aura. He did not have the benevolence that a person of his age should have. Zhang Mo and Yang Kai were both confused by the arrival of this person. In such a big battle, there was actually someone who didn't know the meaning of death and rushed in to mess things up. But suddenly they felt that it was natural, because although this middle-aged old man gave off a nondescript feeling, no one dared to have any contempt for him. He was definitely a strong person who was qualified to participate in this battle. Yang Kai even felt a trace of unusual throbbing from the embodiment. It was a feeling of instinctive fear. This made Yang Kai inevitably feel strange. The embodiment was his own consciousness. Even when facing Tsang. He did not have the slightest fear. Why would he show fear in front of this middle-aged old man? What's more, if he was not afraid, what was the embodiment afraid of? Thinking about it this way, it was not the embodiment that was afraid, but the origin of the stone fire was. An existence that could make the origin of the stone fire afraid. What was the origin of this old man? Yang Kai stared with a pair of dragon eyes, looking at him curiously. But he saw that the middle-aged old man was also staring at him with burning eyes. There was a sense of examination in his fierce-looking face. Immediately his eyes flashed. He nodded slightly and said, "Young master, don't be afraid. This old man is here." Yang Kai turned his head to look behind him. There was no one there. Then he looked back at the old man, pointed at his own nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" The old man smiled slightly and said, "Of course." Yang Kai snorted. "Old man, you've got the wrong person." He thought, "What's wrong with this old man? He actually called me young master. We don't even know each other, okay? Could it be that there's something wrong with his head?" Looking at his vicious aura, his fierce-looking face, and his extremely high cultivation, he might have become the demon race when he was cultivating. But the way he called him young master made Yang Kai's thoughts run wild. He couldn't help but think of the old demon who had gone through life and death with him. This name, he hadn't heard it in a long time. The old demon was now in High Heaven Palace, cultivating in seclusion. The gap between their strength was too big. The old demon could only catch up head-on. Only then would he have the opportunity to fight side by side with him. The old man said, "Young master, don't joke, although you now, and have changed a lot." In this old man's eyes, young master is still young master. While speaking, his expression turned solemn, cupping his hands and bowing, "Young master, please accept this old man's bow." Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly, thinking, what is this guy doing? Could it be that Tsang is playing some kind of trick? Taking a moment to glance over at Tsang, Kai Yang's heart filled with joy. He saw that this guy was actually staring nervously at the flashy old man, his face filled with unease. Obviously, he had also noticed the strength of the flashy old man. It seems that even if this was some kind of trick, this flashy old man was definitely not invited by Tsang. Could it be that it was really as he guessed, that the old man's mind was not clear and he became the demon race, mistaking him for some young master? But looking at his appearance, there was no trace of him become the demon race, nor was there any sign of his mind being muddled. Moreover, to be able to become the young master of such a character, what kind of power did he come from? Thinking about it, Yang Kai nodded. "All right, since you have recognized me as your young master, then this young master will not be polite with you." Pointing at Tsang, he said, "Kill him for me." Tsang Mo's heart was already extremely uneasy. After hearing Yang Kai's words, his expression changed greatly, as if facing a great enemy, the lightning rod in front of him, in a defensive posture. Hearing this, the flashy old man turned to look at Tsang, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Young master, this? I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." Yang Kai pointed his chin at him, his nostrils snorting hot air. He snorted. "What? My position as the young master is just a decoration. Are my words of no use?" Seeing that he was really putting on the airs of a young master, the flashy old man was extremely disgusted, thinking that if it wasn't for you having such an opportunity, this old man would need to borrow your strength to get rid of a troublesome matter. Why would I come here and let you take advantage of me? But things have already come to this. He couldn't just slap his own face. Not to mention he also knew that behind this young man, there was the existence of that woman. Thinking of that woman, the old man's heart trembled. Lightly coughing, the old man said, "Young master's words are naturally effective, but this guy's cultivation is not bad. He is not so easy to kill, not to mention if this old man is not wrong. He seems to be from the Star Court. Now that the Iron Blood Great Emperor is in charge of the Star Court, if this old man kills him, in the future when the Iron Blood Great Emperor comes to find trouble, it will also implicate young master, won't it?" His mind is very clear. Yang Kai stared at him. He even knew that Sangamo was from the Star Court, and knew that the Star Court was now under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. How could he be delirious? But, if you are clear-headed, why are you willing to lower yourself and call me young master? Yang Kai was at a loss. Thinking so, Yang Kai snorted coldly. Since he wants to kill me, I naturally want to kill him as well. Can't I touch the people of the Star Court? Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me if you can kill him or not. If you can, then do it. If you can't, then scram. This young master will do it personally. The old man was fuming with anger, thinking that he had really opened a dying workshop after giving him some face. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come here. He hadn't even eaten the lamb, but he had already attracted so much attention. Stinking brat, how dare you talk to this old man like this? Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will let you know my power. Chapter 33:17. The old man thought for a while, but his expression did not change. He smiled and said, Young master, please don't be angry. Although I can't kill him, but I can beat him up and help you vent your anger. Okay? Yang Kai waved his hand and said casually, You can beat him up first. If I'm satisfied, then I'll let it go. If I'm not satisfied, humph humph. He also had the intention of testing the waters. Although he could sense the strength of this flashy old man, whether he could beat Sangamo was still unknown. Sangamo had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with him. Although he was not at his peak, the foundation of a fake emperor was still there. He was not someone that could be beaten up by just anyone. The old man grinned and said, I'll definitely satisfy you, young master. Yang Kai said lightly, Then I'll wait and see. After that, he winked at the Dharmakaya. They had a tacit understanding. If this old man could really beat Sangamo half to death, then he and the Dharmakaya would swarm up together. At that time, they would be able to cut off the Gordian knot. It would be best if they could kill Sangamo on the spot, once and for all. Yang Kai did not care whether he was from the Star Court or not, whether he was a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was not like he did not have people above him. What's more, he was also the master of the territory of the Star Court. He could be considered as a part of the Star Court. The fight with Sangamo was just an internal fight. Others were afraid of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he did not need to be afraid of anything. Who are you? Compared to Yang Kai's calmness at the moment, Sangamo was obviously very depressed. Today's battle was unexpected. Not only did the long-planned plan completely collapse, but now an old man suddenly appeared and threatened to beat him up. Sangamo could feel that this old man was not to be trifled with, and even faintly felt that he should know him. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not remember where he had seen this old man before. This old man was dressed so obviously, with such a distinctive appearance. If he had seen him before, there was no reason for him not to recognize him. Hearing Zhang Xin's question, the flamboyant old man laughed heartily. There's no need for you to know my name. You heard what I said earlier, and I don't want to kill you. If you obediently allow me to beat you up so that my young master can vent his anger, I'll let it go. However, if you dare to resist... Narrowing his eyes, the flamboyant old man continued, Fists and legs have no eyes. If I really beat you to death, I won't be able to bear it. You sure talk big. Sangamo was a dignified fake emperor, standing at the peak of this world. Other than the 10 great emperors, no one dared to speak to him like this. The old man's words undoubtedly made him very angry, his nose almost crooked from anger. The flamboyant old man slowly shook his head and said, The world is full of fools. Fake emperors are also the same. If you were at your peak, you might be able to block this old man's punches and legs, but in your current state, heh. As soon as the old man laughed, his whole body turned into a red light and disappeared in a flash. Sangmo's expression changed, the lightning rod in his hand trembled, and a white lightning bolt shot out, heading straight for the old man. As the red light flashed, the flamboyant old man's figure reappeared, facing the white lightning bolt head-on. Seeing that he was about to be hit, the old man grinned and opened his mouth, inhaling a mouthful of air. An extremely terrifying suction force came out of his mouth, and then the white lightning bolt was swallowed into his stomach. This scene caused Kai Yang to be startled. Yang Kai was well aware of just how powerful the white lightning from Tsang Mo's lightning rod was. Even his own 300-meter-long dragon body was unable to withstand it, causing countless dragon scales to fall off. So how could this old man swallow this white lightning into his stomach? How could there be any good result? The defense of the abdomen has always been a weak point. But in fact, after the old man swallowed the lightning bolt, not only did he not feel the slightest discomfort, he even laughed strangely, as if he had eaten a plate of delicious food. Then he opened his mouth and spat out, and the white lightning bolt actually returned, blasting towards Tsang Mo. What kind of divine technique is this? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the Return to Ruins ability. The Return to Ruins was also able to absorb the energy of the opponent's attack and then return it, but after careful observation, there were some differences. The Return to Ruins ability did not change the slightest, but the old man's paying someone back in their own coin ability had added his own energy, because in the white lightning bolt, there was a trace of dark red light. This change happened too quickly, and the distance between the two sides was close, so Tsang Mo was caught off guard and couldn't block it. When the lightning bolt flashed, he was forced to stagger a few steps back by his own attack. By the time he regained his footing, the flashy old man had already arrived in front of him, his monstrous aura surging like a vast ocean. "You are." Tsang Mo's eyes trembled as he finally recognized the identity of this old man. No wonder he felt like he had seen him before, but he didn't have the slightest impression of his appearance. So this was it. Divine Spirit. Yang Kai also lowered his eyes and called out in a low voice. Before the old man used his strength, Yang Kai couldn't detect anything. But now that the old man was using his own strength, that ancient aura disappeared. This was obviously the aura of a divine spirit, and judging from the feeling it gave off, this old man was stronger than almost all the divine spirits Yang Kai had encountered, except for the dragon and phoenix. The few saint masters from the ancient wildlands were nothing in front of this old man. What kind of divine spirit is this old man? If he's a divine spirit, why is he calling me young master? Is it because of Zhang Ruoxi's face? But that's not the case. Just look at the attitude of the Luanfeng, Fanhua, and the others in the ancient wildlands. Although divine spirits were afraid of him, they wouldn't put down their self-esteem to flatter him. Yang Kai was really confused. While he was thinking this, the old man had already slapped down. Tsang Mo tried to resist, but it didn't have the slightest effect. As the old man said before, if Tsang Mo was at his peak, even if he couldn't defeat the old man, he could still fight him for a while. But in the previous battle, Tsang Mo's Yuan Qi was seriously injured, so he couldn't display more than 60 to 70% of his strength. How could he block the old man's attack? The Emperor Qi protecting Tsang Mo's body shattered, and he was slapped in the chest. Blood spilled out, and Tsang Mo roared again and again as he retreated madly. The flashy old man was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. His whole body turned into a red light, flying up and down around Tsang Mo. Tsang Mo couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, Tsang Mo had suffered countless palms and kicks. His whole body looked terrible. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, his face was bruised, his nose was swollen, and his clothes were full of fist and footprints. His eyes were erupting with anger like a tsunami. With a loud bang, lightning flashed. The flashy old man let out a soft cry of surprise and retreated. Tsang Mo's body flashed with lightning. Obviously, he was extremely angry. He glared at the old man and shouted, "Evil spirit! How dare you humiliate me?" The flashy old man said indifferently, "Young master's order must be obeyed. So what if I humiliate you? You're lucky I didn't kill you." Just as he was thinking this, he heard Yang Kai shout, "Well done. This young master will reward you handsomely when we return." While speaking, Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. The mountains and rivers bell spun, suppressing the world energy around it. The embodiment carried the demonic war hammer and charged forward with a cold expression with Yang Kai. This flashy old man is so powerful. No matter what purpose he had for calling me young master, the current situation is advantageous to me. If I don't take this opportunity to kill Tsang Mo, wouldn't it be a waste? The moment he made his move, the flashy old man and Sangamo were both taken aback. They could only stare blankly as the two huge figures approached each other at a rapid speed. The old man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so determined to kill Sangamo. It was the first time he knew this guy was so bold. I already said that Sangamo is a member of the Star Court, a subordinate of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, yet you still have the courage to kill him? Aren't you afraid that the Iron Blood Great Emperor will find trouble with you? On Sangmo's side, Yuan Qi was already severely injured, and now he was beaten up by the old man. It could be said that it was one disaster after another. At this time, if Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces, they might really be able to kill him here forever. Thinking of this, Sangamo decided not to stay any longer. It was better to leave first. Although the treasure was good, it was not as important as his own life. Chi, a soft sound was heard, and a crack appeared in the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment who were rushing forward stopped at the same time. They stared at the crack with a stunned expression. What kind of day is it today? Experts who are rarely seen on normal days are appearing one after another. Regardless of whether you like it or not, they just broke into the battlefield. Is this a fucking market? This void crack was not created by Yang Kai using the Space Divine technique, but by experts who broke through the void. In the entire star boundary, besides himself, Yang Kai could only think of one other person who could do this. With the sudden change, Sangamo also calmed himself down. After seeing the crack, he obviously thought of something and exhaled softly, calming himself down. As for the flashy old man, the corners of his mouth twitched, and in a flash, he came to Yang Kai's side and stood there obediently. Yang Kai's expression changed as he lowered his head and looked at the old man. Is there a grudge? The old man's eyes twitched as he said, "What does young master mean?" Heh. Yang Kai grinned and did not ask any more questions, instead looking up again. The crack in the void suddenly expanded and two figures walked out from it, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary, while the woman had picturesque features and outstanding charm. As soon as they appeared, the two glanced around and showed a stunned expression. Obviously, they did not expect so many masters to gather here. And after seeing the man's face, Yang Kai and Sangamo both had the same thought in their hearts. It really is him. That is. In Heavenly Wolf Valley, Lan He, who saw this scene, looked at the man and woman who had broken through the void and said in shock, "Could that be Master Li Wu Yi?" She was not an ignorant person. How terrifying was it to break through the void? Great emperors could break through the void if they went all out, but it was absolutely impossible for them to do so easily. So when she saw the man walking out of the void crack, she immediately thought of Li Wu Yi. Chapter 33:18. Tang Sheng nodded gently and said with a face full of reverence, "Yes, that is Master Li. The number one person under the great emperors was extremely famous. In the star boundary, as long as one's cultivation reached a certain level, there were very few who did not know of Li Wu Yi. However, not many people had seen him before. After all, Spirit Beast Island was untraceable and Li Wu Yi himself was proficient in the law of space, so he could come and go without a trace. Not just anyone could see him. Tang Sheng had the opportunity to see him once in his early years. At that time, he had not yet arrived in the Emperor realm and was still just a teenager. Now, hundreds of years had passed and Tang Sheng was already middle-aged. But the flowing time Great Emperor did not seem to have left any mark on Li Wu Yi. He was still the same as when he first saw him nearly 1,000 years ago. He was still as high-spirited and as hard to look straight at. Tang Sheng sighed. In this lifetime, he probably wouldn't be able to reach such a level. Even reaching the third-layer Emperor realm would be difficult. Turning his head to look at Lan He and Qi Gue, whose eyes were shining brightly, Tang Sheng wondered if they would have the chance to do so. If that person is Li Wu Yi, then the woman beside him, could she be the legendary Jiufeng? Qin Xiuying's expression changed as she looked at the beautiful young woman in red. The two masters of Spirit Beast Island, Li Wu Yi and Jiufeng, were extremely famous. The former was proficient in the law of space, while the latter was a divine spirit venerable. The Phoenix clan was even rarer than the dragon race. Tang Xing nodded and said, "It should be." Why are they here? Could it be that they were attracted by the commotion of the battle here? Even though the Spirit Beast Island was also in the East region, it was too far away from here. Even if there was a great battle here, the Spirit Beast Island wouldn't be able to sense it. The only possibility was that they were already nearby, which was why they could travel so quickly. It's so lively. In the sky, the crack in the void slowly disappeared. Jiufeng looked around with her beautiful eyes and chuckled. Then, she fixed her gaze on Yang Kai. Her eyes narrowed slightly and immediately lit up. It's you. Although Yang Kai's body had undergone a huge change, she still recognized him at a glance. After all, it was not her first time dealing with Yang Kai. Back then on Dragon Island, she had seen Yang Kai's dragonized body. Naturally, she was no stranger to him now. Greetings, Senior 9 Phoenix. Greetings, Senior Li. Yang Kai cupped his hands at the two and grinned. This was interesting. He originally wanted to take the time to go to the Spirit Beast Island to find Li Wui to discuss the law of space, but he didn't expect the other party to find him, which saved him some trouble. What's senior? Am I that old? 9 Phoenix's face darkened. Yang Kai grinned. Big Sister 9 Phoenix is still young and beautiful. How can she be old? Yang Kai spoke without thinking and said something wrong. Please don't take it to heart, Big Sister 9 Phoenix. Jiufeng had a smile on her face as she nodded repeatedly and said, You're a promising child. She looked like she was overjoyed. Li Wui face-bombed. Can you be a little more shameless? 9 Phoenix glanced at him. You said I'm shameless? You dare say I'm shameless? Li Wui pointed at Yang Kai and said, I'm talking about this kid. He's really good at taking advantage of the situation. If the dragon race knew about this, I don't know if they would clean up the house. Yang Kai laughed. The dragon race can't do anything to me. But Big Brother Li and Big Sister 9 Phoenix, why are you here? Li Wui was dumbfounded by Yang Kai calling him Big Brother Li. When they met before, Yang Kai had always addressed him respectfully as senior, but in the blink of an eye, he had become Big Brother. But thinking about it, 9 Phoenix had become Big Sister, so he could only be Big Brother for a while. Otherwise, wouldn't he be taking advantage of 9 Phoenix? If this Big Sister got angry, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It's a long story. What's going on here? Li Wui didn't elaborate, but his eyes swept over the flamboyant old man who was standing next to Yang Kai, seemingly seeking shelter. Sure enough, it has something to do with this old man, Yang Kai thought. When the void crack first appeared, the old man immediately ran to his side. So Yang Kai had some speculations. Now, seeing Li Wui's expression, he knew his guess was right. But the two masters of Spirit Beast Island attacked just to deal with him? What kind of divine spirit incarnation did this old man have to provoke Li Wui and 9 Phoenix to hunt him down? Moreover, why didn't you run away when you were being hunted down? Why did you come to me, a young master? Now you're even standing next to me, looking for protection. Do you think I can protect you? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. It's just that someone covets some good things in my hands, so they're trying to kill me and steal my treasures. While saying this, he glanced coldly at Sangamo and sneered, Kill me and steal my treasures. 9 Phoenix frowned, showing a displeased look. Yang Kai and Spirit Beast Island seemed to have nothing to do with each other, but in fact, they had a deep relationship. Firstly, Spirit Beast Island's little princess Mo, Xiaoqi, had a very good personal relationship with Yang Kai. Over the years, Xiaoqi had mentioned Yang Kai countless times on Spirit Beast Island. She also wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island to visit Yang Kai, but Martial Beast grounded her, causing the little girl great pain. How could 9 Phoenix not see that the little girl seemed to have some vague feelings for Yang Kai? If something were to happen to Yang Kai, the little girl would definitely make a big fuss. Secondly, the mistress of Spirit Beast Island was Dragon Island's 3rd elder, and Yang Kai and Dragon Island's 5th elder were husband and wife. Last time, they fought side by side on Dragon Island and made a big fuss. Even the great emperors praised Yang Kai, so there was an indirect relationship between them. It could almost be said that they were related by blood. Among the three, Lu Yin was loyal to Yang Kai and was completely devoted to him. Lu Yin had inherited the Phoenix True Fire and could be considered a member of the Phoenix clan. She was one of the few family members of Jiufeng. With all these factors, on the surface, Yang Kai had nothing to do with Spirit Beast Island, but strictly speaking, the relationship between them could be said to be very complicated. Therefore, Nine Phoenix's attitude towards Yang Kai was so friendly this time. She even deliberately let him change the way he addressed her to increase the intimacy between them. Now that she suddenly heard that someone wanted to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasures, Nine Phoenix was naturally angry. Turning her head to look, Nine Phoenix couldn't help but frown. How could it be him? Li Wui also looked to the side and said in surprise, "Brother Tsong?" "Brotherly, Miss Nine Phoenix." Song Imo coughed a few times and cupped his hands slightly, his aura slightly weak. Li Wui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young boy said he wanted to kill Yang Kai and steal his treasures. Could it be Brother Tsong? Although he asked this, he knew that this was probably the case. Looking at the current state of Tsong Imo and Yang Kai, it was obvious that they had just fought a great battle and went all out. In the end, both of them suffered, and neither of them was better off. Tsong Imo didn't answer and asked instead, "Brotherly is familiar with this boy?" Li Wui said, "How should I put it? An young boy can be considered half a member of Spirit Beast Island." Not to mention Imo Shaoqi's hazy feelings for Yang Kai, just the dragon race's third elder and fifth elder, plus the relationship between Lu Yin and Nine Phoenix, was enough to make Yang Kai half a member of Spirit Beast Island. Tsong Imo couldn't help but be shocked. This boy is actually a member of Spirit Beast Island? Although Li Wui said half a member of Spirit Beast Island, what kind of existence was Spirit Beast Island? Since there was such recognition, it meant that Yang Kai had a lot to do with Spirit Beast Island. Otherwise, Li Wui could have just said that there was no relationship, so Tsong Imo was really shocked. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If he had known this, how could he have done such a thankless thing? Not only did he fail to snatch what he wanted, but he also provoked such an enemy for no reason. Just now, that old man had been beaten to a pulp. This time, he had really suffered a double loss. In Heavenly Wolf Valley, Tang Shang and the others had a dull expression on their faces. Although they weren't close to the battlefield, Tang Shang and the others' cultivations weren't low, so they could hear what Li Wui was saying. Half a member of Spirit Beast Island? Tang Shang was furious. Since you're half a member of Spirit Beast Island, how could you not know where Spirit Beast Island is? You even came to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask for help. Isn't this cheating? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai didn't have much to do with Spirit Beast Island. In order to avoid offending the two major forces, he didn't agree to help. He even specially ordered someone to summon Lan He back when Lan He sent Yang Kai off, so as to avoid being implicated too deeply. Only now did he know that Li Wui had a very good relationship with Spirit Beast Island. If he had known this earlier, how could he have made such a stupid decision? Heavenly Wolf Valley had a token that was given by Spirit Beast Island's beast hunting envoy. It could be used as the biggest protective talisman, and it was enough to make all the forces in the entire Eastern Territory fearful and not dare to touch Heavenly Wolf Valley. If they could form a connection with Yang Kai this time, Heavenly Wolf Valley's rise in the future and becoming one of the top forces might not be a pipe dream. Tang Sheng's face was full of annoyance, as if he had seen a great opportunity being missed by him. Lan He glanced at him faintly and sighed in her heart. Previously, she asked Tang Sheng if he would regret it. Now that the answer was out, the vexed and regretful expression on Tang Sheng's face was obvious. Qin Xiuying had been his wife for many years. How could she not know what he was thinking? She reached out and held his hand. She said gently, "It's fate. You are in her position. Naturally, you have to consider a lot. If you have another chance, what choice would you make? Would you change? Another chance?" Tang Sheng thought for a moment and said, "No. Even if he had another chance, he would still make the same choice because he didn't have any other choice at that time." Qin Xiuying smiled slightly. "So you don't have to be vexed. This isn't my Heavenly Wolf Valley's opportunity, and we can't force it." Hearing her words, Tang Sheng couldn't help but be enlightened. He nodded and said, "Madam is right. I was thinking too much." Fortunately, although they didn't help Yang Kai this time, Heavenly Wolf Valley didn't hit them while they were down. They even rejected Su Chongfeng's proposal to open the sect protecting array and cut off the world, so they didn't offend Yang Kai. In addition, with Lan He's relationship with Ling Yinqin, Yang Kai probably wouldn't cause trouble for Heavenly Wolf Valley. Chapter 33:19. Thinking quickly, Tang Shang relaxed. On the other side, Sangamo smiled bitterly. Since you are from Spirit Beast Island, then this song was wrong this time. I hope Brother Li and Miss Jufeng can forgive me. Although he was a fake emperor, he was not a pedantic person. In the current situation, he was no longer at his peak. Yang Kai still had that evil spirit by his side, and even Li Wui and Jufeng had rushed over. In any case, it was impossible to do anything to Yang Kai this time, so he readily admitted his mistake and humbled himself, giving Spirit Beast Island enough face. He had no choice but to give face. Martial Beast was not someone he could provoke. Although he was a member of the Star Court was controlled by the 10 great emperors in rotation. Maybe one day he would be working under Martial Beast. Li Wui nodded and said, "Fortunately, nothing serious happened." Although Tsangamo and Yang Kai both looked very embarrassed and their injuries were not light, neither of them was in mortal danger, which was a blessing in disguise. It was just that he couldn't figure out why Tsangamo would find trouble with Yang Kai. Sangmo's previous words of killing and robbing undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai had something on him that Sangamo coveted. Li Wui looked at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hand and vaguely understood something. He wondered if this mountains and rivers bell had caused trouble for Yang Kai. However, this guy was also amazing. He could actually fight with Sangamo and not die. The last time he met him on Dragon Island, Li Wui felt that this boy was a bit bold, daring to enter the tiger's den with his weak cultivation. It was the same this time. This boy was even more troublesome than he was when he was young. It was just that he didn't know if this matter could be resolved peacefully. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Yang Kai suddenly ask, "Brother Li, do you know this guy?" Li Wui nodded and said, "I've known him for a long time." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then Brother Li, you have to keep your eyes open when you make friends in the future. Some people may know a person for a long time, but not their true nature. They are used to using despicable and shameless tricks. Who knows when they will be tricked?" Sangmo's face turned cold. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this in his face was not good, but he did not want to defend himself. Li Wui's expression was also embarrassed. He realized that he really shouldn't have come here today. Now that he was caught in the middle, he couldn't help but glare at the flashy old man in annoyance. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have followed them all the way here. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "If I want to kill him, will Big Brother Li help me or him?" Li Wui pondered for a moment and said, "If you insist, then this Li can only watch from the sidelines." Yang Kai could be considered as half a person from the Spirit Beast Island and had some friendship with Sangamo. If the two of them were to engage in a life and death battle, he couldn't help either of them and could only choose to stay out of it. Of course, it would be best to turn today's matter into a small one, and then a small one into nothing. However, when he saw the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, he knew that persuading him at this time would probably be of no use. He might as well directly express his attitude. "Good," Yang Kai said in a low voice and grinned hideously. "Big Brother Li's words are enough." Li Wui was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, "Does this brat think that I will help Sangamo? Is that why he used words to block me? But with his current strength, how can he kill Sangamo?" Yang Kai's expression was cold and stern. He turned his head to look at the flashy old man standing beside him. The old man looked as if he didn't notice and kept his head down. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He couldn't count on this old man. Although he didn't know why the old man would seek his protection, he had clearly said that it would be difficult to kill Sangamo and that he wouldn't want to provoke the Iron Blood Great Emperor. If Li Wui asked the old man to accompany him to kill a fake emperor for no reason, the old man would most likely refuse. It would be impossible to kill Sangamo with just him and the Dharmakaya. Kai Yang let out a long sigh in his heart. He was somewhat unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity, but since things had already gotten to this point, he didn't want to continue pestering him. Changing the topic, he said, "Since Big Brother Li has a good relationship with this person, then today I will give Big Brother Li face and let him live. Cherish him, old dog." Sangmo's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he laughed. "Let me live? You talk big. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Song Emo still wanted to say something, but Li Wui suddenly said, Brother Song, no matter who is right or wrong today, let's stop here. Since Yang Kai had the intention to turn big issues into small ones and small ones into nothing, how could Li Wui stand by and watch the two sides fight again? Both sides stopping was also the outcome he wanted to see the most. Yang Kai was young and impetuous, so it was difficult to persuade him. Song Emo was different. He understood the principle of enduring for a while and calming the waves. So he didn't persuade Yang Kai, but went to persuade Song Emo instead. Song Emo really gave him face, or rather, he took advantage of the situation and nodded. Since Brother Li said so, I won't argue with him. After a pause, he clasped his fist and said, It's not convenient today. I'll visit Brother Li and Miss Jufing at Lingshou Island another day. I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, his figure flickered and shot into the distance. He didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Not far away, the pale Wu Hong saw that he was leaving and hurriedly chased after him. As soon as he appeared, he was hit by the flowing time great emperor that Yang Kai had planned for a long time. The principles of time kept eroding him, and he had been using his power to resist. Later, when Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya joined forces to fight, Song Emo couldn't care about him and he couldn't intervene. He had been watching the battle from a distance, and only now did he make a move. But even if he wanted to leave, he might not be able to do so. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light above his head. A huge shadow completely covered him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai's 300-foot-tall dragon body standing there, looking down at him with a sarcastic smile, which made him shudder. You? What do you want to do? Wu Hong was shocked and stepped back in fear. Behind him, there was another fierce breath approaching. Wu Hong didn't need to look to know that it was the Holy Spirit Stone Fire. He was attacked from the front and back, and he definitely couldn't resist. He had just witnessed the battle between Yang Kai and the Dharmakaya from the beginning to the end, so he knew that he was definitely not the opponent of these two monsters. In fear, even the will to resist was extremely weak. He shouted, Master, save me. Even if God comes, he won't be able to save you. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Today, he had no choice but to let Song Emo go. It could be said that he was forced by the situation, or it could be said that he was not strong enough. There was no way that Song Emo could leave, and revenge could only be dealt with in the future. But if he let Wu Hong go again, Yang Kai would be happy no matter what. Tracing back to the source, this person was the chief culprit. If he didn't want to devour the Hong Luo star field back then, how could the star territory be poisoned by the cultivator in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star, leading to the suffering of countless cultivation stars? Similarly, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have become enemies with Song Emo. Yang Kai wanted to kill him back in the star territory, but he didn't have the chance at that time. Now that the chance was in front of him, how could Yang Kai miss it? As he spoke, the dragon claw reached out to grab him. Wu Hong raised his hand in fear and hit the dragon claw with a huge palm print. Although the dragon claw paused slightly, it still couldn't prevent the fate of being grabbed. As the space principles fluctuated, a black light flashed and Wu Hong disappeared. Stop! It was not until this time that Song Mo's angry shout came, but it was obviously too late. Wu Hong had already been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, so what was the point of shouting? Song Mo, who was about to escape, turned around at this moment and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. What did you do to him? He was a little suspicious that Wu Hong was not dead because he knew that Yang Kai had a self-contained artifact in his hand, and the biggest goal of his trip was that artifact. From what he saw in front of him, it was likely that Wu Hong had been taken into that artifact. What does it have to do with you? Yang Kai smiled arrogantly. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, you can stay here forever. Song Emo glared at him coldly, knowing that it was impossible for him to take Wu Hong back from Kai Yang's hands unless he could defeat him. But this was obviously impossible, so he nodded gloomily and said, Mountains and rivers will meet again. We will meet again soon. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. I look forward to that day. Song Mo's lips curled into a grin as a meaningful look flashed across his eyes. Turning around, he flew off into the distance. disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that letting Tsang Imo leave today was an extremely wrong decision, but he couldn't understand why he had such a feeling. But then again, he really didn't have the ability to keep Tsang Imo here. A great battle, one unforeseen event after another, had finally come to an end. Inside Heavenly Wolf Valley, the spectators felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. Although they did not participate in the battle, the various dazzling changes had caused them to feel tense, and their spiritual energy consumption was enormous. Even at this moment, everyone still had a feeling in their hearts. That was, in the next moment, some other master might appear. This kind of thing didn't happen in the end. Yang Kai and the embodiment both returned to their original size. Jiufeng looked at the demonic war hammer in the embodiment's hand in amazement. "Little Yang, where did you find this thing? Why does this thing look like a demonic weapon?" Yang Kai laughed. "Big sister Jiufeng has sharp eyes. This is indeed a demonic weapon?" "It's really a demonic weapon?" Jiufeng's expression changed. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, this thing can't harm anyone." As he spoke, he put the embodiment and the demonic war hammer into the sealed world bead, obviously not wanting to talk about this matter. Jiufeng's beautiful eyes flashed, and just as she was about to remind them, she heard Yang Kai say, "Please wait a moment. Let this little brother deal with the spoils of war." The Emperor realm had suffered many casualties in this battle, and the two top sects in the Eastern Territory were almost completely wiped out. Even if there were still survivors, they had suffered heavy losses. More than 30 space rings from the Emperor realm, including the space rings of Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, were naturally rich in storage. Although Yang Kai was now rich, it was impossible for him to not want the spoils of war. Chapter 33:20. After saying that, he dragged his injured body and rushed into the battlefield. Most of the cultivators from the Emperor realm had already died, and those who were still alive were struggling at death's door. Yang Kai didn't care if they were dead or not. He killed them all with a single palm strike. Even Fu Bo and Su Changfeng were no exception. Fu Bo had been suppressed by Yang Kai with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, and then attacked by Yang Kai with the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, instantly knocking him unconscious and seriously injuring him. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big problem. The key point was that the shocking battle between Yang Kai's embodiment and Tsang Imo had spread far and wide. Fu Bo, who was unconscious, was almost at the center of the battlefield, so naturally, he wasn't spared. Especially when Tsang Imo summoned lightning from the ninth heaven, Fu Bo had been struck countless times. While unconscious, he had no way of defending himself, so he was left half dead. At this moment, Yang Kai had given him a release. Su Changfeng's situation wasn't much better than Fu Bo's. In fact, he was even more miserable. When he fought with the embodiment alone, he was beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back. Then, he was ambushed by Yang Kai's moonblade and was immediately seriously injured. When Yang Kai found him, he was already on the verge of death. If it weren't for his foundation as a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, he would have died long ago. Of course, Yang Kai had also given him a quick death. Seeing him busy over there, Li Wui sighed, "After today, I'm afraid the situation in the Eastern Territory will change." More than 30 cultivators from the Emperor Realm, including Fu Bo and Su Changfeng, had died. The two top forces were almost crippled. For so many years, although Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land were famous and domineering in the name of top forces, they had also provoked many enemies. If news of the sect's elders being killed in a single battle spread out, the sects and families that were previously suppressed by the two great forces would naturally rise up and take advantage of the situation to counterattack. Putting everything else aside, just the Ahan Palace alone was enough to tempt him. After all, they had already lost two of the three major powers. In the entire eastern region, aside from the Spectral Soul Palace, the Ahan Palace was the leader of the eastern region. Jiufeng said, "This kid is really ruthless." He didn't even frown after killing so many people from the Emperor realm in one go. It was clear that he was filled with killing intent. His little princess had developed feelings for such a person. He didn't know if it would be a blessing or a curse in the future. Li Wui smiled faintly and said, "On the path of martial arts, who doesn't kill all the way?" It's either kill or be killed. No one is an exception. Jiufeng glanced at him. It sounds very touching. Li Wui fell silent as he recalled some things from his youth. Although he was gentle and refined now, he was also murderous when he was young. Fortunately, Tang Sheng, Qian Xiuying, Qi Gue, and the others flew over. The famous Li Wuyi and Nine Phoenix had come here together. As the host, since Tang Sheng had seen them, he naturally couldn't pretend not to know. No matter what, he had to come and pay a visit. Even someone as arrogant as Qi Gue had to be respectful in front of Li Wuyi and Jiufeng. The two of them didn't put on any airs and chatted casually with Tang Sheng and the others, making them feel flattered. Not long after, Yang Kai walked over, covered in blood. Lan He and Ling Yinqin immediately went up to greet him. Lan He asked nervously, "Are your injuries serious? Are they serious?" Yang Kai grinned, "I'm fine, I won't die." Ling Yinqin asked, "Why are you so reckless?" Yang Kai said, "With a knife on my neck, I could only fight back." Lan He's expression was gloomy. "Brother Yang, before I—" Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her. "Miss Lan, you don't have to worry about it. I understand your situation, and you couldn't help in the previous battle." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on her, but in a battle of that level, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master really couldn't help. "Let's go back to my place and rest first. You need to wash off the blood on your body, otherwise you won't be able to see anyone." Ling Yinqin tried to smooth things over. At that moment, Tang Sheng also invited Li Wuyi and Jiufeng to Heavenly Wolf Valley as guests. After all, they were at his doorstep, so it would be rude not to invite them. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked at Li Wuyi and said, "I was going to Spirit Beast Island to discuss some cultivation matters with Big Brother Li in the Eastern Territory, but unfortunately, we met here. If Big Brother Li isn't in a hurry, why don't we go together?" He really needed to rest, but he didn't want to miss a meeting with Li Wuyi, so he took the initiative to ask. Lan He and Tang Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. Since Yang Kai could say such a thing, it meant that he really didn't care much about Heavenly Wolf Valley's attitude towards him before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to return to Heavenly Wolf Valley to rest. Li Wuyi pondered for a moment before saying, "This Li came here mainly for him." Saying so, Yang Kai turned his eyes towards the flashy old man. This old man had been standing there motionless, but his pair of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, as if he was staring at a flower growing on his body. At this moment, hearing Li Wuyi say this, the old man chuckled and said, "Li Wuyi, if you want this old master to go back to Spirit Beast Island with you, you'll have to ask my young master first." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "Is there something wrong with your head?" At this time, he was still calling him young master. What was he trying to do? The old man's expression turned solemn. "Young master, this old master's mind is very clear. How could there be something wrong with my head?" Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "You want to recognize me as your young master? Fine, go chase after Tsangamo now and bring his head back to me." The old man's expression twitched and he smiled apologetically. "Young master, please don't make things difficult for this old master. This matter is really—" Yang Kai spread his hands at Li Wuyi and said, "I don't know what's wrong with this old man. Big Brother Li, you can do whatever you want." As soon as this was said, the flashy old man suddenly showed a pained expression. "Young master, how can you be so heartless?" Yang Kai said angrily, "You and I don't know each other. Can you please figure out the situation?" Li Wuyi smiled slightly. "If we really want to talk about it, Yang Kai, you should know him and he might not call you young master for no reason." Yang Kai was stunned. "What do you mean?" If it was only the flashy old man who said this, it would be fine. But if Li Wuyi also said this, then it was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai was a little confused. Li Wuyi waved his hand and said, "What do you mean? You can ask him yourself, but before this matter is confirmed, don't even think about escaping. You also know that since you have been targeted by me, I can find you even if you run to the ends of the earth." The tone of these words was arrogant. Since the flashy old man could beat up Tsangamo, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. At the very least, he was at Tsangmo's level, and he was a saint spirit venerable. However, when Li Wuyi said this, he could not refute. Because he knew that if he was targeted by Li Wuyi, He really could not escape. Shaking his head, he said, "Since I have met the young master, this old master naturally has to follow by his side and serve him faithfully. How can I run away? Li Wu Yi, don't judge a gentleman with the heart of a villain. That would be for the best." Li Wu Yi gently nodded. "In that case, I will have to trouble Valley Master Tang." Tang Shang was overjoyed. "Not at all, not at all. It is an honor for Master to visit Heavenly Wolf Valley. Please come in." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Li Wu Yi and Jiufeng walked in front without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the flashy old man. The old man immediately smiled and said, "Young master, please." Yang Kai nodded and strode forward with his head held high. When he passed by Qi Gue, he suddenly reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "I want half of the things in the sect vaults of Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land. I will go to your Ahan temple to collect them later. Don't forget to inform your temple master." Qi Gue stared at him. Although these words were inexplicable, he instantly understood what Yang Kai meant. The two great sects were already ruined, and their elders were all gone. Even if there were still people from the Emperor realm left in the sect, there were definitely not many of them. In such a situation, the two great sects were doomed to decline. In the face of such a huge profit, it was impossible for Ahan Temple not to take action. In other words, the wealth accumulated over the years by Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land would eventually fall into the pockets of Ahan Temple. At this moment, Qi Gue was already considering rushing back to Ahan Temple to report what happened here to the sect elders, and then have Ahan Temple dispatch masters to take action. Yang Kai's sudden words made it clear that he wanted to take half of the benefits of these two great sects. These two great sects had each stood tall for tens of thousands of years, so how much wealth had each sect accumulated? Half of both sides' wealth was almost all of a sect's wealth. Qi Gue couldn't imagine how huge this number was. So as soon as he reacted, he instinctively gritted his teeth and said, "Why should I? Even if Ahan Temple took action, why should they share the things they obtained with others, let alone half of it?" Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the messy battlefield. "Those people were killed by me. If I hadn't fought today, your Ahan Temple wouldn't have been able to reap the benefits. It's not too much to ask for some benefits, right?" Qi Gue was speechless for a while. To be honest, this request was too much, but today he had seen Yang Kai's strength. Two great sects had been crippled by him, so Ahan Temple was probably nothing in his eyes. If Ahan Temple really became enemies with this person, the consequences? Qi Gue shuddered just thinking about it. "You just need to go back and tell your temple master, whether he gives or not is up to him." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qi Gue pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good. I will definitely pass on your message. Farewell." After he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of red light and left in a hurry. At this time was wealth, so he had to return to his sect before the news spread and have the masters from his sect attack quickly. Only then could he take the wealth of the two great sects before the other great forces in the Eastern Territory could react. Lan He and Ling Yinqin watched this scene and were a little speechless, thinking that this guy was still thinking about such things at a time like this. However, it was undeniable that such a huge amount of wealth was something that anyone would be tempted by. "We're rich." Jiufeng waited for Yang Kai to catch up before looking at him with a smile. "It's just..." Yang Kai laughed, thinking that it wasn't easy for him either. With 100,000 disciples waiting to be fed, as the palace master, he had to find a way to get more cultivation resources. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.